Hello, everyone. Happy Tuesday evening to you, and it is time for another episode of Top Five. What's up, Jason? How you doing tonight? You doing all right?
Yeah, we're trying. And
Trying.
it's been a day.
All right. Well, I'm glad to be back with another episode of Top Five, and this is one I've been looking forward to. And we got some great friends with us joining us for tonight's panel. And I see Angry Canadians already in chat saying 2025 games. Let's go! Great year. Before we get into it, it is games that we played in 2025, regardless of when they actually came out. So let's see here. I think one of mine, actually two of mine are actually from 2025, and then some of the other ones are, one of them was from 2024. But so since not everyone plays everything right when it's new, it's just stuff that we played in 2025. So this is gonna be a fun one. I've been looking forward to this for a couple months, and it's gonna be good. So let's go ahead and say hi to our friends joining us. We got Lowest Expectations joining us again. Good evening, Lowest. Always good to have you.
How are y'all doing today?
I'm doing good. I'm glad you're here. And as I've been jokingly blaming it on him because we were going to do this for the first episode of Top 5 for 2026, but he's like, "Hey, I want to be on that one, but I can't make it ready by that time." Like, all right, well, we'll bump it back an episode, which is all fine.
What do you mean jokingly? It's my fault. I will take all of it.
Okay.
Give me all of the blame / credit.
It is all Lois's fault, but it's okay because it's not like it really mattered whether it was the first episode or the second is all I meant by it. But good to have you here and to talk games we played in 2025. And then we also got Nightmare joining us as well. Good evening, Nightmare. Glad to have you back.
Hey guys, thanks for having me on again. My throat's a little sore. Had a doctor's appointment today. But you know what? I got my Baja Blast, which I know Neo is a huge fan of, and I'm ready to go.
That is a lie. The one gross Mountain Dew, but I know you love it. But I do love Voltage. I know that's his favorite. So as I said, we're talking games that we played in 2025. Ideally, ones that we beat in their entirety. But as long as you played most of it, it's not something you just played for a little bit, unless it was like a really short game. But something you fully understand everything the game has to offer. Then if you didn't end up beating it because it's like some like ridiculously long, 300-hour JRPG, which I'm assuming is why Lois was asking about it. That's fine too.
Oh yeah.
So
and I have I do a top 2025 video. I will be doing that, but my rules and criteria for that video are going to be way different from this. So my list for this top 5 is going to be different.
Excellent. I did a over on Carl's channel for Backlog Battle, and we did a 2025 list, but that was only games that came out in 2025. So there'll be a little bit of crossover between that one and this one, but I did the same sort of thing where the rules are different. So I don't have the exact same list on both streams. So, so we got Michael Coulter is in chat. What's up, Michael? Good to see you. Saying what's happening. Good evening to you, sir. I know I see you in chat a lot, but I don't know if I've seen you in my chat before.
He's hanging out. He's hanging out on my channel.
I was going to say, it says paired, so I'm assuming that was on one of your guys' channel. But either way, good to see you, Michael. And Canadian says, all right, I'm throwing tomatoes then. And Jason says that all of his are from 2025. Ooh.
Oh, neat.
I could have done, I played enough games in 2025 to actually make a top 5 list of 2025 games. But that's very odd for me to have even played 5 games that came out in the year that, played them in the year that they came out in many, probably over a decade. So, but yeah. And Dude's over on Rumble saying, I know Nightmare has Expedition 33 on his list. I don't
Dude's just trying to trigger me
that yet.
Dude's just trying to trigger me.
Okay. I didn't actually, this is spur of the moment because when it's appropriate, I like to ask, some sort of leading question before we get into it. On the flip side of it, I wrote down a list, but I wasn't going to do like a stream or anything on it. But curious, was there any game that you guys played in 2025 that you really did not like? So, since I'm kind of putting you guys on the spot, let me pull up my list because I made 4 different lists of games for 2025, and there was my favorite list of my favorite games that came out in 2025, my favorite games that I played in 2025 but didn't necessarily release in 2025, my least favorite games that I played in 2025. Oh, and the games that came out in 2025 I wanted to play that I didn't get around to. So I do have a list of some that I played that I was not a fan of. So just a couple of those. The original Metroid, the NES one, I played that for the first time last year, and boy, that is not a good game. And I also played through Other M again for the first time since it came out, and that is, I didn't mind it that much when I first played it, but now after being really, really, really well versed in Metroid, I despise that game. So I'm curious from you guys if there was any games that you played that you didn't like.
So didn't like is kind of tough. I have two that I was disappointed in. I guess that would be. I'm just making sure I'm not missing one. Yeah, I have two that I was very disappointed in because of I guess the excitement. But one of them I was gifted to, and I still like, but like I said, I wish there was a little bit more. But Everybody's Golf, Hot Shots Golf. I was hoping for a little bit more. Liked the game because, again, the gameplay is great. I just wish there was more to it. Okay. And then I was not happy with the launch of the game, but I love the aesthetics of what was in the game. And that was the Legacy Collection for Mortal Kombat. I love the documentary part, but the game launched a little rough. Some weird decisions that they have, and it was like one of those games that I wish they just got pushed back. I don't know why they wanted to release it on Halloween, but I think if it would have got pushed back to like what we have now, it would have been a little bit better. But yeah, those were my two big kind of disappointments for the year.
Okay. What about you guys? Either you guys got any games that you played that you didn't like?
I have one. But I think it's a topic that's probably going to come up in this stream, so we'll save it for later.
All right, fair enough.
I'm afraid because I know I'm gonna make you a little sad, Neo, if I say it.
Oh no.
So I had a couple of games that I didn't hate them or anything, but they just felt a little disappointing. There's this game called Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, which is like it's an anime-ish JRPG or action RPG type thing. It was okay. It was just kind of boring. A lot of it is centered around like some kind of online play, which is not really what I'm into. So I was a little disappointed with that. So I'm going through with my Steam replay. Oh yeah,
I almost played that.
Okay, I mean it's if you get it on like a really good sale, it's worth it, I guess. But yeah, it's.
Yeah, I liked the way like the design of the world looked and stuff like that. But I just didn't pull the trigger.
Yeah, I did like that. But I also installed a lot of we'll just say a lot of mods for that game because it being an anime game, you have to install costume mods. You have to do it. You got to do it.
Oh my.
Yes.
Yeah. But so that then I did play. I can't believe I never played it before, but I did play Tyrone versus Cops for the first time. It was fun for all of like 20 minutes, and then honestly, I got kind of bored with it because it really is just a meme game.
Yeah.
And then the ones that I'm gonna make you a little sad here, Neo, but I played Ninja Gaiden 1 and 2.
Oh no.
And I didn't love them. Turns out they're just not my kind of gameplay.
Yeah, that hurts a little bit, but fair enough.
I think I did like 2 better than 1 in the end, but what I especially hated is that they kept pulling me out of playing as Ryu to play as other people, and I'm like, I just want to play as Ryu.
I was just gonna ask, which version did you play? It sounds like you played Sigma 1 and 2. Is that right?
I played Sigma 1 with the Ninja Gaiden Sigma Black mod, and then
I've not heard of that one.
It's on Nexus Mods. It just makes some gameplay changes here and there. But yeah, it does make you still play as Rachel, which it was funny because when I was playing it, I immediately I mean, I like Rachel, I just don't want to play as her.
Right. Yeah.
But it's
you don't play as her in Ninja Gaiden on Xbox or Ninja Gaiden Black. That's only in Sigma.
Gotcha. Yeah, it was funny because I immediately recognized her as Tara Strong, the voice of, Timmy Turner, and then later voice of Harley Quinn, and she also was Batgirl at one point. Anyway,
I didn't realize that she was voiced by Tara Strong until very recently. I'm like, oh, no way.
Oh, really? I've just heard Tara Strong in so many things. I immediately recognize her voice. And then, Ninja Gaiden 2 Black is the one I played. So the new remake.
Okay.
Yeah. And again, same kind of thing. It's just like, the overly difficult gameplay isn't really my thing. And then, playing as all the girls was not really what I was going for. When I'm sure that I won't say anything about Ninja Gaiden 4 other than I am sure it is somewhere on your list. So I will be waiting to comment until we get to it.
It is somewhere on my list. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
So, all right. Well, with that, I see that Michael Coulter says he's playing Wolfenstein New Colossus, which that's a great game. I played Old Blood and New Colossus way back, and I really enjoyed those, and I'm going to be playing them again because they have a Windows stack, and I'm looking forward to playing them through those again because those were great. So, and I see
Fallen Angel.
Yeah, I was like, I know it's Fallen Angel. I just Genjiro. I'm not sure. If
I
I'm
always
saying
say
that right.
Gengiro if I'm saying that, but I just call it Fallen Angel.
It's weird, so I'm just going to call him Fallen Angel. But good to see you, Fallen Angel. I hope you're doing well tonight. So we'll go ahead and get on into it tonight with starting off as usual with our number 5s. So Jason, go ahead and take us away.
All right, so I went through my number 5 literally like 5 or 6. Yes.
Shoot. Before we get into it, one last thing. For the difficulty of your list.
Stuff.
That. So for me, like getting it down from I think I had 12 to 15. Getting it down to 6 was really easy. Getting it from 6 to 5 was nearly impossible. So I'm curious for you guys, how was it for each of you for making this list?
Getting it to 7 was like my number, and then I was about to cheat, and I'm like, I can't do that. And getting to 7, like from 12 to 7 was easy. From 7 to 5 was tough, and I had to choose. It was really tough.
For me,
you guys have any difficulty with getting your list together?
No, for me, because like I've said, I've told you at least, I didn't play very many games in 2025, so mine was pretty easy to narrow down.
Okay.
Mine was tough, not because I had too many games, but because most of the games I played in 2025 were replays. Okay. So, yeah, I do have some new games from 2025 and, new games that I played. But, yeah, I think picking out what to put in, basically rounding out all 5 spots was a little bit tough, and I may have cheated a little bit with my number 1. But you'll see when we get to it.
So that was another thing I forgot to mention is that ideally, like I did mention earlier, it's ideally something you played for the first time, but it doesn't have to be. It could be a replay. But if it is a replay, hopefully it's something you haven't played in a really long time. And then what was the other thing that I said? I am blanking on the other thing I said.
That's usually the big rule.
Something that you played, the majority of the game if you didn't beat it. So not something you just played for a short little bit. So that is kind of the loose rules for this one. So
I have one of those.
So, all right. With that, now go ahead and get us started, Jason.
Yeah. So, my number 5 would have been an asterisk with a bunch of games that I kind of found out that 2025 was kind of the year of the podcast game, the mini games is what I like to call it, the not so big games. But my number 5, I did with another asterisk because it would be number 1 if I would have finished it. I only got through, I think I got to Act 2. It's been a while since I booted up. It's just because I've been busy playing with smaller games, and the single player game this year kind of got away from me. But like I said, it would easily be my number 1 because I absolutely love the game, and that's Expedition 33. I'm just going to get it out of the way right away. It's a fantastic game. Turn-based RPGs this way is great. Love the parry mechanics. I love the game. I love the music. It is a reason why a lot of people predicted, said it is the game of last year. It's great. The fun thing about it too is I knew it was going to be good. So I'm happy that I called that, because if we go back to last year when we did games we were looking forward to, this was up there for my in my top 5, and I'm really, really, really happy that it did pay off. The whole idea of it being a independent game, sure, Small development worked on it, but there was a big budget with it, which I'm great because, like I said, the art style is fantastic. Turn-based RPGs are back, and I'm happy to see that. So you can talk about a lot of it. I know I've heard the ending is a little bit of a letdown, but I haven't got to that part, so I can't really comment on that. But everything that I've played, I've absolutely loved. I've just been unfortunately too scatterbrained to sit down and just play all the way through. But I have the rest of this year and time to now, still, play slow and, enjoy it instead of, feel like I have to get it done. So, yeah.
Okay. Yep, I know. It swept the Game Awards, and
yeah,
like,
I mean, and there's a reason why it did. Like when it did that, and everybody was mad about it, I couldn't, because everything on it, and I love, like I said, I love turn-based RPGs. Yeah, everything about it was fantastic.
So, Nightmare, since you said dude was trying to razz you a little bit, what do you have anything you want to input on this game?
I did like a 45. I spent like 2 hours on a stream talking about it, but
okay.
Yeah, but beyond that, I mean, it's not my type of game to begin with, because I hate turn-based games, and I also hate, I think James put it best when he said misery porn. The kind of thing that tends to win at the Oscars plot wise. I just hate that kind of thing. So, and this very much looks like that's what that is. So,
I mean, there's more to it, but I mean, I understand what you're coming from too.
Yeah, it does look very pretty, and I bet the music is really good, even though I haven't.
Music's
heard it,
great.
But, given that I also don't like turn-based RPGs, is also why I haven't played it.
Yeah, the art looks perfectly fine, and I'm sure the music is good too. But there is another game. I only love misery porn if I'm the one causing the misery. But
that's fair.
I will say there is one game in particular this in 2025 that did not make my list because of a technicality, but it is by far the best music I have heard from a game in 2025. So, and I'm sure that it is. No. There is a game that I will say has the best music in 2025. It didn't make my list, but I know it's on one of your lists. So
okay, so we'll hold on to that till later.
Yes, I will. Gotcha. I will mention that when we get to it.
Okay. So, Lois, do you have any experience with this game?
No comment.
Oh, okay. I think we might know what that means. So, all right. So the that's Mael. Okay, I've heard that name. Gustav. Is he voiced by, or is he just like character modeled, or is it just coincidence that he looks exactly like Robert Pattinson?
Not voiced by, no.
He's voiced by Daredevil, I think, on the TV
Ben
show.
Starr,
that's no, it's Charlie.
Charlie Cox.
Charlie Cox.
I was thinking
Ben Starr is in the game though.
Smeagol. I was thinking him. I just blanked on his name. The actor that did all the mocap and voice for Smeagol. He's in the game too.
Andy
right?
Serkis.
Andy Serkis. Thank you. I thought maybe that was his character, but because I'm pretty sure he's in the game.
I will say that redhead. What was her name? Mael.
Yeah.
I will say she's pretty cute.
So okay. Well, all right. So Robert Pattinson actually has nothing to do with the game. Is that right?
No, none at all.
Oh, I thought he was, because that character looks exactly.
It's funny because I don't really see Robert Pattinson that much in that character.
Huh.
Like maybe a little bit, but not as.
I think it's the eyes and the jawline. That's it. I mean, I when people say that, I'm like, okay, I could see what you're talking about.
So I pulled up the IMDb page, and Ben Starr versus a character named Verso, who I don't know who that is, but there's that. And then Andy Serkis is.
Yeah, that's Verso is a kind of a big plot thing in the game.
Okay. But
crap! You know what? I forgot when we were going over games we absolutely hated that we did play.
Oh yeah.
I can't believe I didn't mention this one. The Relooted demo.
That's right. Did that ever come out, or is that coming out?
It's supposed to come out this year.
Okay. That'll be interesting to see how that does. But while we're on the topic of Gustav, friend of the channel, Smooth the DJ, he did a face swap for a where he put his face on Gustav for a thumbnail for when he played this game on stream. I almost didn't realize it was his face on the character because it looked like it was like the actual character from the game. So shout out to Smoothie DJ, he's a good dude. So, all right. Any last thoughts on Expedition 33?
Yeah, I can't wait to see what they do next. I'm glad that they got off the ground running, and I hope they there's been rumors that they had a meeting, or I guess it's not rumors. There was the thing they had a meeting with SquareSoft, Square Enix, and everything like that. So I mean, if they can partner with them, trying to do something, that would be absolutely amazing.
Not to start anything, but I will just reiterate that I still believe nothing good has come out of France since Napoleon Bonaparte.
All right, fair enough. Let's see here. You know what? I think I'll go ahead and go next because this game was already something that was mentioned just a moment ago that kind of hurt my soul a little bit. And my number 5 is, as Nightmare was not a fan of, Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. So, I am a huge fan of the Ninja Gaiden franchise, and that being the, where it got rebooted on the Xbox. I've not played the original NES ones from back in the day, but I accidentally ended up with the original Ninja Gaiden, not even Ninja Gaiden Black, because they re-released it like a year or so later as Ninja Gaiden Black, the original one on original Xbox. I accidentally ended up with it because when I bought my Xbox from one of my buddies, it came with Ninja Gaiden, and I started playing. I'm like, what's this? I love ninjas and stuff, so I tried it out, and it was very difficult, and it was infuriating, but I freaking fell in love with the game, and then later he's like, oh, actually that game belongs to my cousin, I need it back. I'm like, you suck. So I had to give him back. But right after that, they released Ninja Gaiden Black, and that came with, it was just the same game with more stuff. So I've been a big fan of Ninja Gaiden since 2004. Ninja Gaiden Black is in my top 5 games of all time. Ninja Gaiden 2 is also fantastic. But because Ninja Gaiden 4 came out last year, I wanted to play through Ninja Gaiden 1, 2, 3 leading up to the release of 4, which I did. I think I finished Ninja Gaiden 3 the day that Ninja Gaiden 4 launched, so the timing was like perfect. But
I still can't believe you forced yourself through 3, considering how much I hear you talk about how much you hate it.
Yes. So because there's a bunch of different versions of it, basically all the 3D Ninja Gaiden games. I played Ninja Gaiden Sigma for the very first time. I hadn't played that one. It was pretty good, except for the parts we have to play as Rachel. Because I've heard from purists that the original Ninja Gaiden Black is better, but I was like, how? Sigma has more content in it. And after I played it, I understand now. Just because it has more content does not mean it's better. Because playing as Rachel is not fun, and that was probably my most frustrating part of the game. But there is also Sigma 2, which I've only played like the first few levels of, but I did because Ninja Gaiden 2 Black had come out. I wanted to play Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, and boy, was that freaking fantastic. I have not played Ninja Gaiden 2 in a really long time, so I was looking forward to getting back to Ninja Gaiden 2 again. And it is based on the Ninja Gaiden 2 or Ninja Gaiden Sigma 2, which, like I said, I haven't played that one in its entirety yet. And so because of that, a lot of people were giving a lot of flack, like I said, the purists. But for the most part, I did not have a problem with that because, as Nightmare said, you do just like in Ninja Gaiden Sigma, where you play at some sections as Rachel, like every 4 or 5 levels, you have one level where you play as Rachel. In Ninja Gaiden Sigma, or Ninja Gaiden 2 Sigma has a similar thing where you play a few levels as Ryu, then you play a level as I know you play at least a level with Momiji. I don't remember if you play as Ayane and Rachel in Ninja Gaiden 2. I don't think you do. I think the other levels are just Momiji, but I could be wrong about that. So that is also in 2 Black. But one of the big things is that Sigma 2 took out like a lot of the not the violence, but the gore, because the dismembering is a core mechanic of the game, and they really toned that down. They took out like all the blood in Sigma 2, so they added it all back, and it runs in Unreal Engine 5, and it looks gorgeous. It's amazing. It runs flawlessly. It was like buttery smooth, and it was one of the most visually stunning games I've ever played until another game that I actually just played like a week or so
2 Black
ago.
You did 2 Black, at least you do play as Momiji, Ayane, and I think Rachel also.
Okay. Because yeah, there are, because 2 Black is based on Sigma 2 or 2 Sigma. Yes, you do have those levels where you play as the other characters. Although I didn't think that they were as bad as playing as Rachel in Sigma 1.
It wasn't as bad, but I'm still like, I just want to be Ryu.
Agreed. Yeah. If they took them out entirely, I would not have a problem with that. Ryu is definitely the best part of the game. Really, my only complaint other than that is, for some reason, they changed where you get some of the weapons in the game compared to the original Ninja Gaiden 2 on 360. And they also swapped out one weapon where that weapon is no longer in the game. They added a new weapon in. I don't really understand why. But either way, it was fantastic. I loved playing through it again. Like I said, it was a gorgeous game. And it was just like power fantasy, delimbing people, and the obliteration techniques is where, when I said that dismemberment is a core element to the gameplay, that wasn't in the first one, but in this one, when you cut off like a leg or an arm, if you are close to an enemy, you can hit Y, which is normally your strong attack button, and you go into like a short little animation of doing like some really awesome over-the-top execution animation, and it's fantastic. It's Sigma 2, like I said, they got rid of
Sort of like
a
glory kill, I guess you could say.
It's very much like a glory kill from Doom. Exactly. That's a perfect analogy. And they are just brutal and visceral and great. And the fact that Sigma 2, it still has them, but there's barely, instead of like Williams getting cut off, like their arm or leg will disappear, and there's just like a purple glow from where their arm should be, and there's no blood or gore. So that was really disappointing. But adding that all back in and seeing it in beautiful, Unreal Engine 5 was just gorgeous. And the one thing that was a slight, I don't even want to say it's a criticism, just like a tweaking of it, is that I played on, so the easy difficulty is Acolyte, and then the next difficulty, whether you consider it normal or hard, is Warrior, and then there's Mentor, which would be like very hard, and then there's Master Ninja. And so I went straight into Warrior difficulty, so it's the one up from the lowest difficulty, and it was ridiculously easy compared to the original Ninja Gaiden 2 on 360 on Warrior difficulty. I think outside of one boss fight where I died like 4 or 5 times, I think I only died in the game 1 time. So I think that the Warrior difficulty should have actually been the Acolyte difficulty, because it was just like really easy. So that gave me hope for maybe I will actually go back and beat the game on Master Ninja at some point, because I've never beaten a Ninja Gaiden game on Master Ninja. I have beaten some of them on very hard, which is the difficulty right below it. But given that the Warrior difficulty was as easy as it was, maybe I'll go back and finally beat one of the Ninja Gaiden games on Master Ninja. So if you, like I was saying, the suffering and the difficulty is not for you, I think Ninja Gaiden 2 Black is probably a good place to start. And if the Warrior difficulty was that easy, I will go back and play it on Acolyte, because unfortunately, that's one of my biggest criticisms, is the achievement difficulties don't stack. So I have to go back and play it on Acolyte just to get the Acolyte achievement. It's like, why doesn't the Acolyte achievement unlock when I beat it on Warrior, which is a harder difficulty? So I'll have to go back and play it on Acolyte and see how much even easier it is on Acolyte. But yeah, Ninja Gaiden 2 Black was gorgeous, and I didn't really have high hopes for it going into it, because I've heard that, it's based on Sigma 2, it's not very good. I really, really enjoyed it. So whether if I had to pick between playing the original 360 version or 2 Black, that is a good question. Because, like I said, Ninja Gaiden 2 on 360 doesn't have the other characters. You only play as Ryu. So if that's what you care about most, then I would say go back and play the 360 one. But that one is much more difficult. I would probably say I'd go back and play Ninja Gaiden 2 Black again before I go back and play the original 360 version. But that is also because I still have a bunch of achievements to get in 2 Black, and I have very few achievements left in the original 360 version, because the only ones I have left on the 360 version are like the Master Ninja difficulty achievements. But it was great, and I really, really enjoyed it. So that,
I will say I like I will say that since I played that and I played 1 Sigma, I did like Ninja Gaiden 2 Black way more than 1 Sigma.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And it is, and you're right, it is a gorgeous game, and despite being Unreal 5, it's actually was Expedition 33 is also Unreal 5. I don't think
that's
a lot
right.
of people realize that. But yeah, so I mean, you can make decent games in Unreal 5. Although I had some performance issues with it, but then again, I am running at 5120 by 1440. So
Okay. Yeah, I played it on my Series X and had no issues.
yeah. So PC is always a little messier because you're pushing it a lot harder. But
Another great game that also runs on Unreal Engine 5 and is impressive, and I know Lois will back me up on this because he's a huge fan of it too, is Satisfactory.
Mm-hmm.
okay, I haven't played that.
That's a great one. So I actually responded to a tweet just right before the show because we actually talked about this on Party Chat recently. Is if you were paid $1 million to only play one game for a year, what game would it be? And I said Satisfactory.
I would say that too.
Because like
If you can help it, don't play it.
it's
Really?
addicting.
Yeah, it will suck up so much time. It's not even funny.
But it's like Minecraft in that you can just keep playing forever. Technically you can beat the game, but there really is no end game. If you want to keep going and just keep building stuff, you can. So
Okay, I've never really been into like factory building type stuff too much, but interesting.
yeah. So
Well, until your PC gets angry at you, then you have to kind of scale it back, which I had to do 3 times.
That was me with settlements and Fallout 4.
Okay.
Yep.
So, and I see Lord Slash is in chat. What's up, Slash? Good to see you, buddy. I hope you're all doing well this evening. I am. I hope you are as well. And I see Fallen Angels. What about Tenchu? I never played any of the Tenchu games, but I know they are held in high regard. Maybe I'll go back and give them a shot sometime. But they were, I believe they were PlayStation exclusive, which is why I never played them. So,
If you like stealth games, you'll like them more. There's more stealth than anything.
speaking of stealth games and Tenchu, like I haven't played that, but a game that I am currently playing, and I'm about 2/3 of the way through the game. I'm hoping to beat it in the next day or two, and it's a stealth game, and it's a ninja game, and it's good. It's not great, but it's Origami. So I don't know how that relates to Tenchu since I've never played it, but that is what I'm currently in the middle of is Origami, and I like it. I was hoping. I'm not liking it as much as I was hoping I was going to like it, but it's good.
I think I own it, but I've never actually fired it up.
So, yep. Ninja Gaiden 2 Black is a great game, and I would definitely recommend if you are a fan of hack and slash games. And we got someone I've not seen before. Is it Ariana Floyd? Hello, everyone. Well, good to see you, Ariana. Hope you and enjoy your time here. We're talking about games we played, our favorite games we played in 2025. Hey, and Canadian says, I love Origami. I need to finish it. We were talking about it because it is crossplay. Canadian and I were talking about potentially playing it together. So maybe we'll have to do that. I've only been playing it solo, but I think playing co-op would make it a lot easier. So, all right, let's see here. You know what? Let's just keep going in counterclockwise. So, lowest. What is your number 5?
So
Origami you saw there for just a moment.
Yep. Like I said, this list is going to be very different than the one I make in my video.
Excellent.
There was one game that I decided to play on stream last year. And it was so damn funny that I had to put it on here. Beat out another one of the games that I was going to include, but I didn't quite beat. So I decided to put this one instead. It's one of those games where you should just go into it without looking up anything, which is really hard to do because once you know about it, you want to look up everything and see what's going on because it's just so insane. And that's Class of 09.
Oh.
Oh man.
Now,
That's
did you
great.
actually play this yourself?
Yeah, I streamed the whole thing. We got
Okay.
every ending. That was my Valentine's Day special.
I did
Nice.
not play it, but I watched, pretty much the entirety of it through the Melee streams.
Jekka is the best girl.
So
Which
go
one?
ahead for anyone who doesn't know
Jekka,
about
the blonde best
Jekka. I was
friend.
like, what?
Yeah. Yeah, she
I
was.
thought,
with
I thought I heard you say like Jet Guy or something like that.
no.
Chijeka. And
Chijeka.
Kyler's great too.
Oh, Kyler's hilarious.
Yep.
So
I felt
Everyone
bad
in
for
this game
Jeffrey
is
until that
hilarious.
last game.
go ahead and enlighten us for anyone who is not familiar with Class of 09. Why don't you tell us a little bit about it?
Well, pretty much every single character in the game is hilarious in some way, or ridiculous in some way. It's basically just like a giant parody of the mid to late 2000s high school culture, and it's got like an anime art style that's.
And it's a visual novel, right?
It was a visual
Yeah.
novel, yeah. So not a lot of
It's not-
gameplay or anything like that, but
Right. It's all about the story and the dialogue choices.
yep. And all the ridiculous things that happen. So like I said, I recommend going in without knowing much about it. But if you want to learn a little bit about it, you play as this girl named I forgot her name.
Nicole?
It'll pop up here. in a bit.
Nicole, yeah.
Nicole, yeah.
I was like, yeah. I think it was
And
Nicole.
she's basically a sociopath. A
Ah,
sociopath.
she's just a pretty normal
and,
teenage girl, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, pretty much. Say like a normal teenage girl, but ramped up to like 11, basically, is what this game is. And she's like highly manipulative, and that's like one of your main goals, I guess, is to like manipulate your way up to whatever she wants. And it's really funny. And yeah, not much else to say.
And there's three
You
of
should
them.
just go play it. With
And there's
Yeah.
three of them because
yeah. Oh yeah, there is 3 of them. I've heard the other 2 aren't as good as the first one, but
yeah.
um,
But I know in the third one you play as Jekka, who is
yeah,
her
and that's
best friend.
considered the worst one.
Yeah, which is too bad because, like I said, Jekka's the best girl.
So, yeah. So, the first, it's $10. I always have the $10 each, so you get a bundle for $30. Although if you buy it in the bundle, you get 25% off. So,
It goes
sure they
really
prob-
cheap on during the sales.
I was just gonna say haven't looked up the sale price, but I'm sure it's super cheap when it goes on sale.
Yeah, because I remember I think I gifted Melee James 2 of them, and then I want to say Al Fabre gifted him the other one. So
All I will say is I do miss that phone. I had that same phone.
you had that
Mhm.
phone.
Oh, the sidekick.
I love the sidekick. I
Ah.
would, if there was like a way to do a smartphone and have that design, I would do it in a second.
I mean, we could if they weren't so insistent on just taking all the buttons out of everything.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. No, I absolutely loved my sidekick.
Back in my day, we had full-on physical keyboards with our smartphones.
Yep. I used to be able to text without looking at the screen.
I know, right?
So in that way, I guess I suppose I have you to thank for that nightmare, because I saw James playing it, and that's what made me decide, oh, I need to play this.
Yeah.
Nightmare, how did you come across this game?
I want to say I saw another VTuber playing it at one point, and then
Totally believable.
yeah, and then I remember I think James just like hit one of them on a roulette when he was doing it, and so I was like, you know what, this is actually kind of funny. I'm just gonna give him the other 2.
So yeah,
I
if you
could
want-
see Pippa playing this.
It wasn't. Yeah, I think it might have been Kirsha who was playing it.
Oh.
But yeah.
This is definitely a Pippa game, though.
Oh, I can see it. I can see
I've
it for
heard
sure.
that name, but I don't know who that is.
She's another popular VTuber.
Okay,
Both
that was
of
gonna
the
be my
people I
guess.
mentioned are popular female VTubers.
I know of Kirsha, and I just heard the name Pippa, but I was like, I'm assuming that's probably a VTuber.
Yeah, Pippa is a friend of Kirsha's as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, if you want a interesting story with a lot of shenanigans from some high school kids, yeah, go check out Class of 09.
If you want to feel like you're back in, if you want to feel like you're in the high school experience you never had and probably never wanted, that's
Yep.
Class of 09.
Yep. All right.
Although I will
It was
say,
very- it
sometimes
was
I
very
wish my high school
nostalgic
was
in a
that
way.
interesting. Yeah, I wish my high school was that. It's the high school experience that felt like I should have gotten from TV, but I never did because my high school was tiny
Mhm.
and out in the sticks.
So, all right. Then Nightmare, what is your number 5?
All right. So my number 5 here is
Okay.
Atomic Heart. So
the sequel just got announced.
Did it
Or is it-
really?
Is it just rumor? I heard some mention of Atomic Heart 2 just like within the last week or two.
Huh.
Maybe it was a rumor. I'll look it up, but go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So I initially picked up this game. I want to say it was like the year it came out or something, maybe like 2023, whenever that was.
Yep,
But
2023.
yeah. Yeah. So the thing is, I wanted to wait until all the DLC was out.
That's what I typically do as well.
Yeah, so I wanted to wait until all the DLC was out, but it turns out half the DLC isn't even story content, and then there's a whole bunch of nonsense. So in the end, I just ended up playing it this year because I was like, you know what, I'm done waiting for this DLC. I just want to play this game because it looks kind of cool. So I played it, and you know what, it was not bad. It was kind of fun. It has there are things about it that are actually reminiscent of Fallout in some ways, like the that weird sort of retro futuristic look. The combat, yeah.
I think most people are considering it like Russian BioShock.
Yeah, BioShock's another good comparison. Yep. And so it's a fun game. It's interesting. I did not. I was not simping as hard for the robot women as some people do. I mean, I kind of get it, but also it's like they have no
I don't remember
faces.
who it was, but I watched someone stream this game for a few minutes, and that was the only part I saw was the fight against the robot ballerinas. So
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
I get it.
Yeah, I get it, but also it's like they don't even have faces. I don't know. Also,
Edie's better.
Who is?
Edie from Mass Effect.
Yes. Yeah, 100%. There's also a weapon vending machine that is extremely questionable.
I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah.
In what regard? Like the weapons it gives you, or like the mechanics of
It has a
Stuff it says to
personality.
you. Yeah.
Oh, it talks to you.
Yeah, it's really into you.
Okay, gotcha,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Yeah. So, that's interesting, but yeah, overall, it's an interesting game. The plot is kind of interesting too. The ballerinas are a lot more significant than you might realize going in. It's kind of part of the whole mystery and all that. But also kind of like Forspoken, you have a thing on your hand that talks to you.
Oh, okay.
But unlike
So that-
Forspoken, it's actually interesting.
It's not annoying you constantly.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's like it's got like its own lore and all that stuff. The powers are good. It's an interesting kind of FPS BioShock-ish kind of game.
Yeah,
So-
I was interested in it. It was on Game Pass, and I was gonna play it, but then I think it left Game Pass before all the DLC was out. So I was like, yeah, if I do, maybe I'll pick it up some later time when
Yeah, and the
all the DLC is on
DLC,
sale.
like most of it isn't even directly relevant. So I was just like, you know what, screw it, I'll play the main game.
But okay, so pretty good though.
Yep.
All right. Oh, and I looked it up, and yeah, Atomic Heart 2 has been announced. It was announced at the Summer Games Fest back in June.
Oh, interesting.
So
Yeah, it would be nice if they'd at least put out all their DLC before announcing a sequel. Because
is it still not have all the DLC released?
Not that I know of. It's supposed to have 4 DLC if you buy the season pass. We've gotten 3 so far.
Okay. Yeah, that's really dumb. It's like they're announcing
Yeah.
a sequel and they haven't even finished, end of life support for the previous game.
They haven't finished releasing the previous game.
That's
Yeah.
what I mean. It's like they say they're still going to be releasing and they still haven't even finished it. And that Atomic Heart came out in 23, I want to say.
Yeah, I think so.
Let's see here. Atomic Heart.
And they-
February of 23. So
I want to say
almost
Mick Gordon
3
did
years
the
old.
music, but if I'm being honest, I don't really remember the music terribly well.
My guess would be that he didn't do the music then.
Well, it's just that it's been a long time since I played it, but I could have sworn he did.
Okay. It's like I would think that it had Mick Gordon music. You of all people would remember it.
Well, I mean, I don't think he does the same type of music for every game. You know what I mean?
That's true.
Let me see. Atomic Heart and Mick Gordon.
Yeah, he made a couple songs, it looks like.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, he did work on it.
Yeah, I do see that there are 3 DLCs. So if they said they're going to do 4, then yeah, we're still waiting on that 4th one.
Yep. Yeah, so he did do at least a few tracks on there.
Yeah, he just kind of, it looked like he just helped. He didn't really do anything like Mick Gordon-ish.
Yeah. It's funny because I stumbled onto like a 2 or 3 hour interview of him just last night that I've been meaning to watch.
Well, maybe when that final DLC comes out and there's a bundle with the game and all the DLC for a good price, maybe I'll pick it up then.
Well, you can pick up the game with the season pass and you'll get everything.
That's true.
Yeah. It just won't it's not out yet, but you'll have it when it does.
So okay. Oh yeah, there's the gold edition. There's gold edition and premium edition. I'm assuming both of those come with the season pass.
I don't even know, man. I hate the way games release nowadays.
Yeah. Let's see here. Season looks like the gold edition and the premium edition both include the season pass. So all right, well I'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, it's worth playing at least once.
So all right. I guess we'll go ahead and move on to our number 4s then. So let's see here. How about Lois? You want to kick off our number 4s?
Sure. And I think my number 4 is a game that I've talked about on this channel before.
Okay.
And it's a very obvious inclusion based on.
I have a thought. I'm not going to say what it is, but I think I might know where you're going with this one.
Uh-huh.
I'll tell you if I'm right or not.
All right. Well, it's a remake.
Oh, nope, I'm wrong.
Okay. It is the Trails in the Sky, the first remake.
Ah, okay. I thought you were, since you said you talked about it on our channel before, I thought it was going to be the that Mars vehicle building one. I forget what it's called though.
Oh, okay. But yeah, this one is in my number 4.
This is Trails in the Sky remake. Is that what you said?
Yeah,
First chapter,
Trails
right?
in the Sky, first chapter. So I played the original one back in 2015, and that was the game that got me into this series, and it was the best place to start. It still is, always will be. If you haven't played the series before, play Trails in the Sky. Don't play any of the other ones, just saying. Don't listen to the fan base. So yeah, this one's only number 4 though, because this remake it's very 1-to-1. There's a few things, like a few extra side quests and stuff that were added, but aside from that, it's basically exactly the same as the original, just in a new engine in 3D with a new battle system and stuff like that. So if you were expecting them to like
that, the
What's that?
original, so this is on what, and what was the original on?
original was on PSP and PC,
Okay.
and then this one is on basically everything.
Basically, okay.
But yeah, if you played the original and were expecting them to expand the story, which is what I wanted them to do, they did not do that. Which is both a good and a bad thing. It's a good thing because it's very faithful to the original story, aside from a few things here and there, unfortunately. But also, there's more details on the world and stuff that they could have expanded on, and also making it a 1-to-1 upscaled remake basically breaks the lore a little bit based on the population of the world and stuff, because you can't exactly show, this country has hundreds of thousands of people in the PSP when it's like a top-down PSP game. You're not going to see that.
Okay.
But in this game, you can see the entire country, and it looks like the entire country has about 1,000 people, which doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it sounds like it's a really small country.
Yeah. So, yeah, there's a few things that I wish they would have done that they didn't do. But aside from that, the game's really fun. Battle system is really fun, even though they suck at difficulty scaling, and they have for quite a long time. The game is like really hard and really RNG based in the beginning, if you're playing it on nightmare difficulty, which I always do. And then the further you get into the game, the easier it gets.
Okay.
So that's kind of annoying. But yeah, that's Trails in the Sky the first.
And is this a turn-based or is this real time?
It is both. So when you fight enemies in the field, it is real time, and then you can switch to turn-based basically at any time you want.
Interesting.
And then
So if you wanted
boss
to play
fight.
the whole game in real time, you could?
No, because boss fights are turn-based only.
Oh, okay. So most of the game you could play in real time.
Yeah, just like the basic enemies and stuff like that.
It seems
And
like,
the reason for that, I think it's a good thing because it makes fighting enemies in the field a lot faster. So you're not spending a ton of time just going into battle over and over again and wasting a bunch of time. So, yeah, it's a good thing in
And-
my opinion.
that sounds
It
kind of like what
Definitely sounds like a
I
good
want
thing
to
in my
say. The
opinion.
Mario and Luigi games do that, kind of, where if you not the same way, but if you like jump on an enemy in the overworld and you're much higher level, then it'll just die.
Yeah, I guess that's a little similar.
But
But yeah, if you're fighting enemies in the field, you can also just fight them entirely in real time.
Nice.
it would be nice
And-
to be able to do that with the boss. That would get me to play the Trails games so quickly.
Yeah.
I'm assuming based on what you're saying, it sounds like there's also it's not random encounters. You can see the enemies, right?
Yeah, there's no random encounters. The Trail series has never had random encounters.
That's I would in my book that's definitely a big plus.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I would think
it's
that's
definitely
kind of the general consensus, but maybe there are some people who like that.
Pokemon
that's
fans.
that's a
probably.
progression of the genre in my opinion.
Oh, you mean going away from random encounters, right?
Yeah, going away from random encounters is a good thing
Yeah.
because it's just annoying. And there's a lot of games that have random encounters that I absolutely love, but if they didn't have random encounters, they would be better.
Ooh. That gave me an idea. But
Party chat topic.
yep, exactly.
I will respond in chat since I see Ariana asked how I'm doing. I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well too, Ariana. And I also see my buddy Twice Marked. I want to say he's in your chat, Neo. He
Oh,
says-
twice marked. Either mine or Jason's. I'm not sure, but
yeah, he says Trails in the Sky is an excellent choice. Metaphor ReFantazio does a similar thing with action versus turn-based.
okay. I've heard good things about that, but yeah, yet again, in a game that I'm probably not going to play.
So Metaphor ReFantazio, from what I can tell, it's kind of like Persona, but without all the stuff that makes Persona fun. So I don't think I'll ever play it.
So, and Canadian says the Captua family boss fight was easily the worst fight in the game on hard mode. No amount of prepping works. It was all luck. Yeah, 'cause
Yeah.
I think he's been playing these Trails games lately as well. So I would, definitely, take what he has to say to heart about it as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's the mild spoiler, I guess, but that's the boss fight of Chapter 1. And it's the hardest fight in the game.
Oh, that's right. Because Jason and Canadian and I and a few other people were in the Fantasy Critic, which is basically fantasy sports, but for video games. And I think Canadian has the Trails in the Sky 2 on his team.
Oh, yep.
Yep,
Second
yep.
chapter. He mentioned it in
That was his
chat.
first pick.
Second chapter. Second chapter's coming out this year. That's like one of the peak games of the series, in my opinion. So that one's going to be interesting to see in like full HD 3D and all that.
Yeah, that was his first pick when we did our drafting of our picks. That was his first pick. So, hey, Snap's dropping by saying what's up. What's up, Snap? Good to see you, buddy. Hope you're doing well. Let's see here. Did Fallen Angel say something about internet drama?
Oh, that was a while ago. Just when we were talking
He's talking about the
Yeah.
VTubers. Yeah, I have no idea about any of that.
Yeah.
So, given that you really like this one, you think that the remake of Trails in the Sky Chapter 2 is going to be really good?
Yeah, it's going to be way better because the original, since it's like a 1-to-1, the original second chapter, like mainly story wise, is infinitely better than the first one. Because in the first one, it's kind of like your introduction to the world, and there's not a whole lot of super interesting things happening, in my opinion. It's just kind of there to be an introduction. And it gets a lot more interesting in like the last chapter, but that's about it.
So is the chapter 2, is that one of your most anticipated for 2026?
Was it? We did our top 5 the other week. Did I have that on there? I don't remember.
Oh yeah, we did. That was our last episode of top 5. Let's see here. Yes, it was your number 4.
Oh, it was number 4. Okay. Oh, hey, look at that.
I forgot that was our last episode of top 5 2 weeks ago, and you were on that panel. So yes, Trails in Sky Chapter 2 was your number 4 for most anticipated. So answer my own question. Thank you for reminding me because I totally forgot about that.
Oh, yep, there it is.
All right. Trails, yep. I've heard people mention Trails a lot. It's like, yeah, I'm not really interested, but the Trials games, that's up my alley. I love the Trials games, but that's very different.
Yeah.
There are some Trails spin-offs that I want to try at some point because I think there are 1 or 2 that are action-based.
Oh yeah, another thing is my favorite game in the series is Trails in the Sky, the third chapter. And there's rumors that they may skip that one for the remakes, which really sucks if that's true. But
If they all sell well, I doubt they'll do that.
Exactly what I was just going to say. It's like if the first and I don't know how well the first one sold, but they're making the second one, so I'm assuming it sold well enough. And if this one sells, then I would assume that they would also do that for number 3. But who knows?
it's all hearsay, but I've heard that the lead guy in Falcom does not like the third chapter, and it's also like very, very different from the first 2. So I don't know.
That's where I would think they would want to make it, and if anything, keep whatever story is, but put a little spin on it.
Yeah, you'd think that, but this
Like
guy
have all the remakes
has,
be like the same gameplay, but just tell the story a certain way.
Yep, this guy has said some very weird things over the years, so who knows?
All right. Any last thoughts on Trails in the Sky first chapter?
I think Angry Canadians trying to trigger lowest.
What
do you say?
The third one, the filler game.
Sometimes you need
it's one of the most important games in the series.
Yeah. Sometimes you need filler to get to the best part. So filler games aren't always bad.
It was originally meant as one game, but they had to split it into 2 chapters, so it pays off well when you go through both together.
Oh, for 1 and 2.
I don't know. That's what Twice is saying.
Yeah, that's what Twice is saying. So
Yeah, it was originally going to be 1 game, but they had to split it into 2, probably due to like budget constraints or something.
Could be memory constraints even.
Or that, yeah, because they were putting it on PSP. But yeah, there actually is a lot of filler in the third game. But there's also a lot of stuff in that game that's super important. So there's a lot of people who say, "Oh, you can skip the third game." No, you can't. No, you cannot.
if you skip the third one, you're doing it wrong.
Yep.
All right. All right. So
Trails fans are a weird bunch.
You could say that about any large franchise.
You can say that about a lot of us and our fandoms.
No, you can't say that about Sonic fans.
Oh yeah, the most sane and rational fan base of all time.
Yes.
Stay away from medallions.
All right. Moving on for our number 4s. Let's go with Jason for his number 4.
So my number 4 is an easy game to talk about because there's no story and also proves that I have a problem with these style of games. Megabonk. That's all I have to say. I have a problem with playing these type of games. I absolutely loved having more of a kind of like over-the-shoulder style of it. It's a lot of fun. The extra tiles. Yeah,
clearly never played Vampire Survivors.
Yeah, never played those at all. Just the slot machine video game that doesn't give you any money back in return. But yeah, no, I absolutely loved this take on it. Yeah, there's nothing much to say. Is if you played it, you know it. There's zero story involved, but it is a great time killer. And again, like I said, this is the year of podcast games for me, or smaller type games, as we'll continue seeing this kind of down the line. But yeah, I put way too much time in this on my Steam Deck and on my computer, so I had to put it on there. I was trying to find a way to be like, this could be number 6. I'm like, no, I played this game way too much for it to not be at least on the list.
Yeah, I kind of did a similar thing for some of mine. I'm like, where do I put this on the list? And I kind of based some of them on amount of time played. Yeah, because we were talking about it on the last episode of Top 5, because Vampire Crawlers was your number 2 for most anticipated.
Yeah.
How much time would you say you have in Vampire Survivors?
Shoot. That's tough because I have it on my phone, I have it on my Switch, I have it on like every device. So yeah, that's almost impossible to add up.
And the is Megabonk's not by the same developers of Vampire Survivors, right?
No, it's made by somebody else.
But the progression is the progression nearly identical?
In a way, yeah. There's like other like bosses and everything like that you can do. But yeah, there's play it so many times and everything like that. Yeah, but pretty much.
It's funny. I just got a Steam notification when my friend just logged on. He's playing Megabonk.
There you go. See?
So yeah, I haven't played it, but it does look like a lot of fun.
I have it sitting on my wish list somewhere.
I've played a little bit of Vampire Survivors, but not a whole lot. I think I've played maybe like 10 hours or so. I still got a long ways to go. So,
I probably have like 100 hours in Vampire Survivors.
So you are also a big fan of it?
Yeah, it was my number 1 game of 2022.
Oh, okay. So did you play Megabonk?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
I know I would love it if I played it. So
okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, curious
I
what
just
your
don't have
thoughts
time.
are on it, but you haven't played it yet. Okay, but fair enough. So yeah, dumb, goofy time waster. A lot of fun. Oh, does Megabonk have any sort of multiplayer or co-op?
No.
It's just all single player.
Yeah.
Because I know that Vampire Survivors added in a co-op mode after.
It added co-op, yeah, which is crazy.
I've not done that before, but that'd probably be pretty fun.
Mm-hmm.
So,
oh yeah.
All right. Yeah, I haven't played it, so I don't really have much to say, but I do know that it was quite popular. Did it win any awards?
I think it was nominated, but then he declined because it turned out that he. Yeah, I think it was this game.
This one. Okay,
It was
yeah, I do remember
nominated for like best. It was nominated for like best debut indie, but it turned out that the developer had actually made some games before, and so he's like, "Nah, I don't qualify for this."
That's right, because I do remember there's a dev who's like, "No, you should remove my game from the list because it doesn't qualify." I forgot what game it was, so it was Megabonk. Okay, because yeah, this was I think the first game from this studio, but he had worked on other studios and developed other games or something along those lines.
I have 200 hours in Hollow Cure, which is basically Vampire Survivors but with VTubers.
Okay, I was like, I've not even heard of that one.
Do I want to know how that works?
It's totally free.
It's
you can go play it if you want.
It's called Hollow Cure.
Yeah.
Okay. A free Vampire Survivors clone, Hollow Cure. If Jason's like, I'm already playing it right now.
I have way too many of these style of games.
Is he frozen on anyone else's? Or is that just
yeah, my computer's acting weird.
Okay. All right, so it's not just me. I was like, Nightmare's Fire is working fine, so I'm assuming it's just
yeah, I think it was me.
Okay, you're good now. So you're not going to tempt yourself with Hollow Cure?
No, like I said, I have way too many of them to. Like I said, I still need to finish everything on Megabonk to 100% it if I wanted to go that far.
Is Megabonk been supported post-launch like Vampire Survivors has, where they're constantly getting new updates?
No. I'm trying to think if there's any characters or anything like that. I don't think there has been.
It looks like they had one spooky update.
It might be, like, yeah.
So
it's still fairly new though, so we'll see.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
it'll probably get more in the future.
Yeah. Like, yeah, small stuff like there's like a Christmas thing, stuff like that, like balancing and stuff like that, but nothing Nothing huge.
Okay. All right. Well, then I think I'll go ahead and go next, and then Nightmare can finish off our number 4s. So my number 4 is a ROM hack of what many people consider to be one of the greatest games of all time, or at least the greatest game in the Metroid franchise, which I like. It's a good game, but I think it doesn't deserve as much praise as it gets. And that is Super Metroid. Good game, but it has some issues. And I found a ROM hack called Super Metroid Game Boy Advance Edition. And it basically addresses all of my issues with the original Super Nintendo version. And in my opinion, it's a far superior version than the original Super Nintendo version. So it is a ROM hack of Metroid Zero Mission because the biggest issue that most people, and myself included, have with it is that because it is based on Zero Mission, there are things that exist in Zero Mission that don't exist in Super Metroid, and vice versa. So like one or two of the bosses, they had to swap out for a boss that was already in Zero Mission. So it was some slight tweaking, but for the most part,
I agree with Dude.
Yeah, Dude says blasphemy. No, Super Metroid's good, but it's got some issues, and this game addresses them and makes it better. Is it perfect? No, it's not perfect. There are a couple other ROM hacks for Super Metroid that I have yet to play, but I'm looking forward to, and I've heard from a lot of people that they are even better than this one, and they're called Super Metroid Revamp and Super Metroid Redux, and I've heard those are both excellent. I have not played them yet, so I can't say on those, but my biggest issue with Super Metroid is the controls, and it's funny how Super Metroid was on the Super Nintendo, but Zero Mission is on the Game Boy Advance, which has less buttons, and they do better with the less buttons than Super Nintendo has with additional buttons. So that is my biggest issue with Super Metroid, and the controls are the same as they are in Zero Mission, which are perfect in my opinion. So that is one of the main things that I think makes it a much better game. One of the other things that I'm not a fan of in the original Super Metroid is the grapple beam is super janky, and how they address it in the GBA version is they don't even have the grapple beam. Once you get what would be the grapple beam upgrade, they have the ceiling conveyor, so you just grab on and it just it's like a conveyor, and it just takes you to the other side of wherever it is that it goes. So that makes it much better because the grapple beam is a pain in the butt. So I really, really like, obviously I put it as my number 4. In my opinion, it does the original Super Metroid, but better. So I really, really enjoyed it. There's 2 issues that I have with it. One is not their fault. And that is, like I said, it's just working with the assets that were already in Zero Mission. And that is the Mother Brain fight at the end. After you beat the Mother Brain in the glass jar. In Super Metroid, it falls down to the ground, and then it grows into this giant brain creature, and that's the second phase. Because that doesn't exist in Zero Mission, there's no final phase after you beat the Mother Brain in the jar. Then you just do the escape sequence and beat the game. So that is my biggest issue with it on a ROM hack, but it's not their fault because that didn't exist in Zero Mission, so there was nothing they could do about that. The other part, which they could have fixed and they didn't, and really irks me, is, and it's the same way in Super Metroid, is once you get into the final area of the game, Turian, the door behind you locks for absolutely no reason whatsoever. There's zero reason why the door should lock. And if you save once you get in there, you cannot get back out. So if you didn't get 100% of the items, you have to start a new game because you're locked in there and there's no way to get out, which is utterly retarded because there's zero reason why you should not be able to leave. They could have fixed that in the ROM hack, and they didn't. Once you get into Turian and save, you cannot get back out. So that's my main issue with what they could have fixed and did not. But other than that, like I said, it was a great ROM hack, and like Dude says, blasphemy. Super Metroid's a great game, but they took, in my opinion, its biggest issues and fixed them. And so, in my opinion, the Game Boy Advance version is better. Like I said, there's a couple other ROM hacks. I will get to those eventually, Super Metroid Revamp and Super Metroid Redux, and see how those are, and maybe those are even better than this one. But if you've never played Super Metroid before, I would recommend playing this version over the original. So Angry Canadian says, this is one of the few times I agree with Neo. Yes, Canadian and I agree on something. But yeah, Super Metroid is a great game. And one of the other things is that Super Metroid is like super floaty, and because Zero Mission, it's this hack is based on Zero Mission. It addresses that as well. You don't your jumps aren't so floaty because in Zero Mission you feel more like a rock. You fall a lot faster, but I think it feels better. Oh, and the other thing that's really nice is that I didn't even remember that this was a thing until I replayed Super Metroid on Metroidvania Monday last year. That when you do Shine Spark, the longer you Shine Spark, it runs off of your health, so it drains your health. So if you do a really long Shine Spark, you basically run out of all your health. Because it's based on Zero Mission, it doesn't do that. You can Shine Spark and it doesn't drain your health. So that's another bonus that it has that makes it better than the original version. So, but yeah. So Canadian says people forgot how atrocious the controls for Super Metroid were. Exactly. That's my biggest issue, is that every single ability is tied to one button, and you have to cycle through all your abilities to get between regular missiles, super missiles, bombs, power bombs, X-ray scope, and grapple beam. It's like you have more buttons. Why are on a Super Nintendo controller? Why can't you make better use of them? And with less buttons, the GBA does a better job of the controls than Super Nintendo controller does. So. Exactly. Too much weapon swapping with not enough buttons. Movement is super outdated. Exactly. So Canadian and I are on the same wavelength on Super Metroid. Good game. But it's in. I recently created a list where I ranked all the Metroid games, and Super Metroid is kind of like in the middle. So
all I'm hearing is a bunch of cope and skill issue.
It's not skill. I've beaten it plenty of times. I did it all on stream as well. But yeah, just things that they could have done better and they didn't. And but the one thing that I've said this a few times recently, this may also be considered blasphemy, but if they took Super Metroid and remastered it and made it play and look like Metroid Dread, that could potentially take the cake for best Metroid game. But in my opinion, by far and away, the best Metroid game is Metroid Prime Remastered.
They got to get that atmosphere right if they do a remaster like that.
I would absolutely kill for a Metroid Dread looking Super Metroid. That would be amazing. Because the map design is probably one of the best ones in the franchise. The map design is fantastic. But yeah, just a lot of other little nitpicks I have with the game, which is why it's not in my upper tier of Metroid games.
I feel like they'd screw it up somehow. But look at my name, and you should expect to hear that from me.
Mercury Steam has done a pretty good job with Metroid. I mean, Samus Returns, from what I hear, is good. I haven't played it since I don't have a 3DS, but I will play it at some point. And Dread was great. There are a couple of issues with it, but it's fantastic. I'd rather play Dread over Super Metroid for sure.
I also haven't played Samus Returns because it's on the 3DS.
So he says, imagine playing that with a Genesis controller.
That would be fun. With
no shoulder buttons and only 3 face buttons. Yeah, that'd be interesting. So Ariana says, glad to see all 4 of you, but got to go. Nice seeing you all, and have a good night. Well, thank you for joining us, Ariana. Hope you had a fun time, and have a good night. So,
see ya.
But yeah, so that is my number 4. Super Metroid GBA edition was fantastic. I loved it so much. And yeah, I still have a number of achievements to go back and get, and that's the reason why I stumbled across it. I didn't even know it existed. I was just looking at ROM hacks that have achievement sets on retro achievements, and I saw Super Metroid GBA edition. I was like, ooh, let's go check that out, and I instantly got hooked on it. So, and I still have to I don't know if I'll ever 100% it, because like most of the Metroid games, there's achievements for like 100%ing it in like under like an hour. On hard mode, it's like that's never going to happen. But there are still a number of achievements that I have to go back and get it. Same with Super Metroid. But yeah, I was a big fan of it. So Twice Mark says Samus Returns is quite good, honestly. I've heard that. Like I said, that's the only version of Metroid 2 I haven't played. I actually just started, dude, since you're here, in chat, I just yesterday started a new playthrough of Jason's number 1 Metroidvania of all time. From our very first episode of Top 5, his number 1 was Metroid 2 on the Game Boy, and dude wrote the achievements for that. And when I played through it I didn't do the whole thing on stream, but I ended up with only missing one achievement for beating the game in under 3 hours. So yesterday I started my speed run. So I'm about halfway through right now. I plan on getting that achievement and getting and having the mastery in Metroid 2 either tonight or maybe tomorrow. And then I'll have another Metroid game marked off the list for getting all the achievements. So little side tangent there. But so yeah. That was the other thing is that because I had played Metroid 2 and I played AM2R. I actually played AM2R before Metroid 2, but AM2R was great. But I have not played Samus Returns yet. So I will at some point, and then I can say that I've played all 3 versions of Metroid 2. But I've heard from a lot of people who have played all 3 of them that they say AM2R is the best of them. But I don't know. But I did really like AM2R. So, all right. With that, let's go ahead and have Nightmare finish off our number 4s.
All right. So my number 4. Yep, it is Pokemon Legends ZA.
Interesting.
Yeah, everyone was complaining about how bad this game is, and I played it, and I'm like, you know what? I had a pretty good time with it. So, I mean, one of the things that makes this game so great is that right off the bat, they give you a girlfriend right here, you know? Not really, I joke.
Okay. I was like, I don't know.
I joke that they
I know
give you a
nothing about
girlfriend.
this game.
Basically, the girl in the pink hair is supposed to be your rival, but pretty much it's not like the rival in traditional Pokemon games because it's not really like traditional Pokemon games. She pretty much acts like she might as well just be your girlfriend in the game. So I just kind of joke that the game gives you a girlfriend right off the bat. But it's a very different kind of Pokemon game. So it's all real time rather than the typical turn-based stuff. It is, and it doesn't have the same like sense of adventure that the traditional Pokemon games did, which I think is a little bit of a negative because rather than going from town to town, you're just in this giant city and you're competing in a tournament instead. But you know, it is a lot of fun. You get to go around, capture your Pokemon and so on. And I mean, it's just a fun time, relaxing. I will say the DLC was not as good. The DLC felt very grindy, but it does add some good Pokemon otherwise. So,
and because
and this is a game that came out this year, actually, by the way, or came out in 2025, I should say.
Okay, I was like, it came out in 2026. It's under 2025 list. How does that work?
Yeah, see what I mean? I already see what I mean. I'm still forgetting. It's 2026
already. Yeah, someone had last week. Someone asked me. I had to sign
Put a pin in that.
And write the date, and I had to think about it for a second. I'm like, this is the first time I had to write 2026.
Yeah. Mega Victory Bell Supremacy. I think I went with Emboar, but I think I did have Victory Bell in my lineup.
So from a Pokemon normie who knows very little about anything past Gen 1, is this like a bunch of different generations all in one, or is this all still like all Pokemon from one generation?
It's like a mix of them. And the DLC adds a bunch more. So like this game only has 3 legendary Pokemon, I believe. 2 of them are from X and Y, and then 1 is the new one for this specific game. The DLC adds, I think mainly it adds the 3 legendaries from the Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, which is actually the generation I like best. So.
Okay.
Yeah, you can kind of see how the combat works here.
So, what was your starter?
What did it evolve? Tepig, I think, is what it evolved from.
Tepig. Yeah, I don't know.
Or it is what it. Yeah, they're not as well known as the some of the later ones.
Like, I recognize the blue one on screen a second.
Yeah,
that's Totodile.
Totodile.
I recognize that
Totodile,
one.
Chikorita, and Tepig are your starters.
Oh, it's Tepig, the fire one from that generation?
Yeah.
Okay, I recognize that. I just didn't know the name.
Yeah.
Basically, anything past Gen 1, I only know if it showed up in Smash Brothers.
Gotcha.
If I ever play this game, it'll be Chikorita all the way. I love that little bean.
There she is. Oh, is that Tepig right there in the middle?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that is one of the complaints I have about Pokemon is that, the low level Pokemon, they tend to be too cute, and then I feel kind of bad about fighting them.
kind of like Digimon, but then they evolve and they become like these super
Yeah.
like god destroyers.
Yeah, then they just become these giant monsters. And it's like, okay, well, you know what? I don't feel so bad. But
So,
yeah, it's a good time. It is. It's pretty fun. You know, it's just an enjoyable, relaxing kind of experience.
how long would you say this game was?
It's hard to say because I never really even measured gameplay time. But it was pretty long. There's quite a bit of stuff to do, especially if you play like all the side missions and stuff. I will say the side missions do tend to kind of overdo it, but
Okay. According to How Long to Beat, main story is about 27 hours, which is actually less than I would think. And then completion says about 63. So that's actually not too bad.
Yeah.
But no, I've never played any of the Pokemon games. I've actually been looking into them because I've been talking to a lot of people about Pokemon. And some of these games are a lot shorter than I thought they were. I figured that they would be like super long games. But I guess that's more like only if you want to catch them all. Then they take hundreds of hours.
Yeah, a lot of that stuff. If you do all that stuff, then it will. But if you just play the basic game, then you're fine.
Okay.
Yeah, and if I think Neo, if you were to play a Pokemon game, I think this is the one you would like best because it's not turn-based.
Okay. And this is a Switch exclusive, right?
Switch, yeah, but it's on both Switch 1 and Switch 2.
Yeah.
So.
And which one did you play it on?
I played it on PC using a very special version of the Switch 1 port that Miyamoto gave me.
Okay. Ooh. I had a feeling you were going to say that. Because I was going to say, I've heard that the previous game, I think was Arceus.
Pokemon Legends Arceus, yeah.
Yeah, that's the previous game, right?
Yeah, but it is still like semi-turn based from what I understand.
Where I was going is that I heard that game had performance issues on Switch 1, so I was wondering if this one had the same. But
it runs like crap. That game's horribly optimized and doesn't even look that great either.
Are we talking about Arceus? Or are we talking about Legends ZA?
Arceus.
Okay.
I did play Arceus. I have not played ZA yet.
Okay. Yeah. Again, I didn't play this on traditional hardware, shall we say? But I did find there are a whole bunch of mods for it that will run in 60 FPS, ultra wide, so on.
Nice.
So, yep.
Okay.
I wish I could stream it. I really do, but I'm terrified of Nintendo.
And
their Yakuza lawyers.
Yeah, exactly. No streaming for you.
Yeah.
So, all right. You got October Mike hopping into chat, saying late to the party, but was about to join when it started. Just my ear woes kicking off again. Sorry to hear that. Hopefully, it's not giving you too much trouble. But good to see you, October Mike. Hope you're doing well tonight. So, all right. I think that rounds out our number 4s. So we'll go ahead and move on to our number 3s. I'll go ahead and kick off our third round. And so this is one I was mentioning a few minutes ago when I was like, where am I going to put this one? And I was like, I got to put this one higher on my list based on playtime because it is my second most played game for the entire year when it comes to hours. My most played game is actually not on my list, although it is in my honorable mentions. But I'll mention that when we get to it. But so my number 3 is a game that I did not even know about until Carl told me about it. I don't know if it was last year or maybe it was late 2024. But because of our challenge, our year-long challenge, which just ended last week or so, we get multiple games. We get extra bonus points for playing through multiple games in franchise. Because I'm a huge fan of Mega Man, I was like, "Oh, I'm going to play through the Mega Man games." I didn't get very far. I only got to Mega Man 2, but my plan was to get at least 1 through 8. That didn't happen, but I started with the original NES version of Mega Man, which I haven't beaten the NES version, but I have beaten Mega Man 1 in the Mega Man Legacy Collection a while back, but that had a couple of modern conveniences, like being able to save. That's my biggest issue with the NES version. There's no saving at all. So every time you power off the console, you got to start the game over from scratch because there's no passwords either. They didn't introduce passwords until Mega Man 2. So I got to the very end of the game on the NES version, and I had to turn it off. So I would have had to start the whole game over again. I'm like, not doing that. So I was like, all right, let's play. there's multiple versions of Mega Man 1. So let me try a different version. So I played the Game Boy version I think it's called the Wily Wars. That version's even harder than the NES version. I couldn't even beat one level. So I'm like, not doing that one. But that one does have passwords. So because that's the Game Boy version. So fortunately they added passwords because, on an on-the-go system, you're probably not going to be playing for long enough to beat the whole game in one sitting. So I was like, oh, it's got passwords. That'll be much better. And it was way harder. I couldn't even beat one level. So I was like, well, that's a no-go. And then I was like, oh, yeah. Carl told me about Mega Man Powered Up, which I didn't even know about. And so I started playing that, and I freaking love this game so much. And it, like I said, it became my second most hours in a single game for the entire year. I've been playing this game like crazy since I started it in August, I want to say. I think I've played it not every day, but I don't think a week has gone by where I haven't played it a little bit. This game is so packed full of content. It is by far the best way to play the original Mega Man 1. So it has a more modern look. It has a chibi art style, so it's very cutesy, which I don't mind. It's not pixel art like the original one, which makes sense because that was an NES game. So it looks a lot better. It's got, it looks like a much more modern game with backgrounds and stuff. The character models are up to date. And it has two modes. It's got old style, which basically rebuilds the entire original NES game, but in the new modern art style. And it's still really difficult, but it has the ability to save your progress, so you don't have to beat it all in one go, which is by itself makes it far superior to the original version if you don't even take the graphics and all the other modern day conveniences into effect or into account. It doesn't have any rewind features or anything, so it's not like that when I say modern conveniences. I just mean the ability to save and resume where you left off. But it also has what's called New Style, and New Style is where I've spent most of my time because in the original, basically all the Mega Man games, there's 8 Robot Masters, or in Mega Man X games, they're called Mavericks. But there's 8, and you can tackle them in whatever order you want. When you beat one, you get his weapon, and his weapon is a weakness to some other boss. So it's got like a really great, find which one. Everyone has their different routes on what order they like to tackle the levels in. Mega Man 1 only had 6 bosses, though. But in the New Style, they actually added in 2 more bosses to round it out. So it's 8, just like all the rest of them. And in addition to that is every level you can play on easy, on normal, and on hard. So there's 3 difficulty levels for every level, which adds a lot of replayability. And they don't stack. So I'm playing it for retro achievements, and every level on each difficulty has an achievement. So I'm trying to beat it. I go through the game on easy with character, and then I try to go through it on normal and then hard. Some of the characters are very difficult to get through with. But one the characters that I'm alluding to is all of 8 of those Robot Masters are also unlockable characters, and they have their own pros and cons that make them different than playing through as Mega Man. So there's also, so there's Mega Man, and he's got like 3 versions. There's just the basic one, like in original Mega Man, where all you can do is shoot and jump. Then you unlock the ability to, once you beat it on easy, you unlock the ability to slide, which didn't actually get added into the classic Mega Mans until like Mega Man 4 or 5. I don't remember which one it was, but they did add that later on after the first few games, which was a huge improvement. Because I always played the Mega Man X games first, and you have dash basically from the beginning of the game. And so going back to the older ones where you don't have that was a bit jarring. But then once you beat it on normal difficulty, then you unlock the charge shot, which also was not an ability in classic Mega Mans until later on in the franchise. So that's also another, nice modern convenience, but you do have to unlock it. All 8 of the Robot Masters, once you beat them using only in order to unlock them, you have to beat them using only the Mega Buster. If you use like their weakness against them, it won't unlock them. But once you unlock them, then they're unlocked for good. So you go back and fight them again using their weakness if you wanted to, because there's lots of achievements for like beating the boss without taking damage and stuff. But so that's 8 additional characters, and they all play differently. And then there's a couple other unlockable characters as well. There's Roll, and there's also Proto Man, who is by far the best in the game. And then there's also Mega, which is basically Mega Man, but without his his like blue suit, and all he does is run and kick, and he's terrible. But you unlock him by beating the game on hard, which is a complete slap in the face because he's a terrible character. So, but like I said, there's so much replayability in this game because if you want to do everything, you have to beat every level on every difficulty with all 13 characters. So that's a lot of replay. I actually created a spreadsheet for it. And it's like 480 levels or something if you plan it all out. And I'm only at like 30%. And I've been playing it very regularly since August. So in addition to that, there's also a couple other stuff. Like there's a challenge mode where each Mega Man and each of the 8 Robot Masters have 10 challenges that they have to complete. And I've barely touched that mode. And there's some more to it as well. Oh, there's also DLC that they released for the game, which obviously the storefront that was on isn't available anymore, but you can go and download people's like DLC files, so you can still play that content nowadays. So, and there's a bunch of stuff for that as well, and I haven't even touched that barely at all either. So this game is just jam-packed with content, and it is by far the best way to play the original Mega Man. And it would be really cool if they did this with Mega Man's 1 through 6, because 1 through 6 were all NES games. It wasn't until 7 was on Super Nintendo. And that was the only of the classic Mega Mans that was on Super Nintendo was Mega Man 7, because at the same time, they were releasing the Mega Man X 1, 2, and 3 games, which are my favorite ones. And then Mega Man 8 was a PS1 game. But I heard that there were plans to do a Mega Man Powered Up 2 and 3 to do the same thing with the other classic ones, but I don't think Mega Man Powered Up sold very well, so they never continued that on with the later games, unfortunately. But if you are a fan of Mega Man, like I am, I definitely recommend playing Powered Up. It's just a bummer that it's kind of like trapped on the PSP. It is a great game, and I highly recommend it to any fan of Mega Man. So that is my spiel on Mega Man Powered Up. So I don't think anyone on the panel here is big fans of Mega Man. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I'm not a big Mega Man guy. I was interested in I think Legends. Is Legends the right one?
That's the PS1 game where it's like the 3D one.
Yeah. I think I was interested in that because there were 2 of them, but it seems like they ended up on kind of a cliffhanger, and that sounds kind of disappointing. So
yeah, all the Mega Man fans, like, I haven't played Legends yet. I will play them at some point, but that's like one of the biggest disappointments in the Mega Man franchise is that they left Legends 2 on a cliffhanger, and everyone's like, give us Legends 3.
yeah.
And it's unlikely it'll ever happen.
Yep.
So
I have no idea what any of y'all are talking about.
that's what I figured. All right. Let's see here. I kicked off number 3s, right? Yes, I don't have number 3 written down for anyone else, so that I went first. So, all right. Nightmare, what about you? What's your number 3?
All right, this is a controversial one. My number 3 is Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Ooh,
all the I can hear all the
here because he loves Final Fantasy VII, all the versions of it.
Yeah, because I know a lot of the original Final Fantasy VII fans are going to be squawking about this one, but
I know Canadian played it as well, but go ahead and tell us your thoughts on it.
So I never played the original. I've only played the remakes that we've gotten so far. So I played Final Fantasy VII Remake whenever that came out on PC, and so then this one came out on PC either at the end of last year or the beginning of this year, or end of 2024, beginning of 2025. See, that's still tripping me up.
Yep.
Yeah, January 23rd was the PC version.
Yeah. Okay.
So right at the beginning of
2025.
So this is
almost a year ago to today.
Yeah. So this is since this was the PC release, I will consider this a 2025 release.
Yes.
So
that works.
Yeah. So I played this game in the summer. I think it's around when I played it, and I had a pretty good time with it. I think the story is interesting, albeit convoluted. I think it's a beautiful game. The graphics are absolutely gorgeous. What's his name? Tetsuya Nomura does absolutely gorgeous character designs. Oh wait, why am I still showing the cover art when you could be watching Tifa in a bikini?
That looks like Cloud.
Well, yeah, that's Cloud, but you'll see Tifa in a bit. You can kind of see Tifa in the background there.
Okay.
But Yeah, so it's action hack and slashy rather than the old turn-based. I don't love the combat system of these games as much as Final Fantasy 16 system, because 16 is much more like a spectacle fighter hack and slash, whereas this feels almost, I don't know, almost like an MMO in some ways. Just the combat does. But
I thought it felt like Kingdom Hearts.
yeah, it could. I haven't played Kingdom Hearts, so it could. But
Yeah,
it
has
feels
that-
more like you're chipping away at the enemy's health rather than the just like the general sort of fighting that you do in Final Fantasy 16.
Yeah, Kingdom Hearts kind of feels like that too in a lot
Yeah.
of places. It has that thing where you're attacking and then you have the menu up at the same time that you can
Yeah.
select between the different things.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
it's very
exactly.
similar
So-
to that.
Yeah, so you attack. You have a couple attacks mapped to like special key combinations, and then everything else is just sitting in the menu. All your other special attacks. But it is it's a fun game. It's a good time. I think they went like it is a massive game too. So like you can spend a ton of time in here. But I do think they went a little overboard when it comes to stuff like side missions and like side activities and so on. Because there's a lot of there's a lot of stuff in there. And I will say, if you're playing on PC, you should absolutely install a ton of mods in this game, because this game could really use it.
What mods would you recommend?
Lots of costume mods, lots of quality of life mods as well, things like that. I did the same with Remake as well. So just stuff like that. This is, I think, PS5 gameplay, because I couldn't find any PC gameplay. But yeah, it's basically the same.
Yeah, I pulled it up on how long to beat. It says main story is 48 hours and the completion is 160. So that's
Yeah.
definitely a lengthy one.
Oh yeah, yeah, but it's worth it, especially if you like this type of game. It is absolutely worth it. Yeah, see, Twice liked Rebirth, and he says Queen's Blood makes it all worth it, whereas I'm not a big card game guy, so like Queen's Blood was like kind of a slog.
Yeah, I've heard that's kind of maybe a little bit of a divisive topic in the Final Fantasy franchise.
Yeah, well, because it's a mini.
Queen's
it's
Blood,
kinda
yay
like,
or nay?
It's kind
Jason,
of like
Queen's Blood, yay or nay?
Yay for me, but I can understand the nay.
yeah, but it's kind of like, I guess, like Gwent would be a similar comparison in Witcher.
That's what I was
where
thinking.
it's basically a whole other game as a mini game inside your game. So it's like, of course, it's going to be controversial. But yeah, it's fun. I just wish that they would get part 3 out. I've been calling it Final Fantasy 7 Retard, because until they give us a real name, I'm just going to keep calling it that. But I just wanted to get that part 3 out already so I can play it, because I played Remake and I played Rebirth. I have not played Crisis Core Reunion, which, from my understanding, like, it is a prequel to Final Fantasy VII, but it is also supposed to fit as a prequel in the remake continuity. Yep. So when it all comes out, I want to play Crisis Core Reunion, then Remake, Rebirth, and then whatever they end up calling part 3. And then I might end up playing Dirge of Cerberus just to see what that's like. Don't.
The best Final Fantasy, because it's a third-person shooter.
Yeah, it's a third-person shooter, which is why I was like, I don't know, maybe.
Nah, it's okay.
You don't like the gameplay, or you don't like the story?
Both.
Both. Wow.
Why not both? I've heard that's most people's like the black sheep of the Final Fantasy games, but I would be most interested in playing that one.
Yeah, I at least want to like understand what's going on in Dirge of Cerberus. Like, I want to maybe
you'll play it and you'll be more confused because you played it.
Oh, okay. So it's that bad.
Yeah.
Because so I was already so confused by the ending of Rebirth.
So I have more questions now than I did before.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we haven't finished yet, but AC's got a big a good podcast with myself, and I'm terrible right now because my computer's breaking up right now. But we got a podcast going on there right now with Carl. Sorry, that explains a lot of stuff. We haven't finished all of Rebirth yet, but yeah, there's a reason why the end of Rebirth is confusing. It's because it's just a thing of what's to come. We'll just say that.
I really do hope that part 3 explains everything, because I mean I'm getting to like Force Ghost levels of confused.
I mean, let's just say it's a sequel to the original game. Cloud gets messed up in the original game. He's more jacked up in this game, and yeah, there's going to be a lot to digest when it comes to part 3.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Dude says 7 Remake is a sequel to
It is.
FF7. Is it a sequel or is it more like a spin-off kind of thing?
It's a sequel.
Okay.
And he also mentioned that Dirge of Cerberus is supported on retro achievements on PS2. Because I think it was also on 360 if I remember correctly, but I could be wrong about that.
Yeah.
Okay, I would probably just go with whatever runs best in an emulator. I don't really see why dude wants a Barrett nude mod so badly. I guess he just likes NTR that much.
No, when you talk about you and modding, he's saying that you wanted that.
Oh no, my mods were pretty much all for well, there is a mod that I don't know why they don't do this, but there is a weapon transmog mod, so to speak, that just turns all the, because like Cloud's Buster Sword is iconic, right?
Right.
Mhm.
But if you want to upgrade your sword, you're gonna get different swords. But I wanted to play the whole game with Cloud's Buster Sword, so
Okay.
I downloaded a mod that just replaces the models for all the swords with the Buster Sword.
So like
Okay.
Cloud's Buster Sword's iconic, but I still think that the his ultimate weapon is even cooler. So
Yeah, that
What does that one
umbrella's
look
pretty
like?
dope.
that's the blue one with like
Okay.
yeah. It's
Yeah,
freaking amazing.
yeah. I mean, a lot of them look really cool, but it's like,
Yeah.
the Buster Sword's kind of the one he's known for. So it's like, I just wanna use
It's
that.
on the cover of the game, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm
Mhm.
like, yeah, I want to stick with that. So mod like that. It's
Mhm.
it's really annoying that they don't let you do that, because I think 16, like they're both Final Fantasy, so I'm always comparing it to 16 in a lot of ways. 16 does let you choose like a weapon skin and the actual weapon separately, and a lot of the swords in 16 look really cool.
Mhm.
But yeah, so that that kind of thing. Obviously, costume mods for the girls. You can guess what kind of costumes, but stuff like that. Stuff. I think the game did need a mod to run in super wide as well. But, just stuff to that. Stuff like that. There are a lot of cutscenes, though. I will say that, but they're good at least.
Dude is correcting. He says that Dirge of Cerberus was only on PS2. Okay.
Hmm.
I was wrong then. So I'm probably thinking about some other Final Fantasy game, because I know there was a few on 360 though.
It says you replied to him, but I'm assuming that's Jason replying.
Yeah, that was Jason. Since
Good.
we're both
Good, and it can stay there.
yeah, that was Jason.
Oh, man.
But yeah, I think correct me if I'm wrong, Jason, but I think Canadian is also a big fan of the Final Fantasy VII remakes, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, when he found out that I beat it early, I was like his soundboard to like what's going on kind of thing. And I'm like, I can't tell you anything yet.
That's great. So, I do say Final Fantasy 11, which I think was the MMO that was on PS2 and 360.
11 and 14 are the MMOs. Yeah.
Yeah. Since we're on the topic of Final Fantasy, I think I might have asked this before, but I don't remember, because I've been hearing Final Fantasy 7 Intergrade.
That's the remake. So the Final
What is
Fantasy VII
that?
remake, the names are really confusing, but Final Fantasy
Yes.
VII remake is really remake part 1. Intergrade is just the name of the PS5 and PC port. That includes like the Yuffie DLC.
Integrate is just the Yuffie DLC.
Well, it's the
Yeah, it's both
port
together.
with the Yuffie DLC. in it.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Intergrade is Final Fantasy 7 Remake plus the DLC.
Yes.
Okay, it does not
It's-
include Rebirth.
No.
Okay, thank
Rebirth is its own game. So if you want to play it on PC, you're going to find Crisis Core Reunion. That's on Steam. You're going to find Remake Intergrade on Steam, and then you're going to find Rebirth on Steam.
you. Okay.
Square is really bad at. I think the Japanese in general tend to be really bad at naming things. Like, I mean, you can't tell me that an anime with like a 16-word name is not kind of a ridiculous name, and there's so many of those.
Yeah, I can't argue with that.
I've heard that part of the reason for those names is because of Japan's ridiculous copyright laws.
Oh, okay. That would make sense.
But I don't know that for sure. That's just what I've heard.
So, and Canadian points out, fun fact: you can play almost all the mainline Final Fantasy games on Xbox now. Yeah, I've seen that mentioned a couple of different places. Like, if you look at all the Final Fantasy games that are available on Xbox, it's like kind of surprising, since you don't think of, when you think of Final Fantasy, the platform you probably think about is PlayStation.
Yeah, so Square recently dumped PlayStation exclusivity. So Most
Yeah.
likely,
They-
I'm really hoping.
They
that-
need that money.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, because PlayStation's not helping them anymore. So, yeah, I'm really, really hoping that when Part 3 comes out, it's just day one PC.
Yeah, I think. Let's see here, because I believe that Rebirth is not Rebirth. Final Fantasy 7. Is it even on Xbox now, or it's about to be?
Mhm. I think it comes out on Switch in 3 days.
Oh, yeah, here it is.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy 7 Remake Intergrade has a release date on Xbox of tomorrow.
Mhm.
So
Nice.
it's the game and the DLC. Okay.
But you still got to play 16, Neo.
Yeah, maybe someday I'll get to it. I don't know.
I'm telling you, if you like Metal Gear Rising, you like Ninja Gaiden 4, you'll like Final Fantasy 16.
Yeah, if I do get around to playing one, I'll probably start there then. So, yeah, remake drops in a couple days. So, yeah, so cool. All right, so this was Rebirth. So we're still waiting. They haven't even announced the third one. I mean, everyone knows.
We know
that it's
there is a
coming.
third one, and
Yep.
they've announced that they're making it. We just
Right.
haven't gotten anything much.
Any
beyond that.
details. They haven't even given a name for it.
They said
yet.
they've given us a little bit about what they're gonna do. There's gonna be the airship apparently in there, and then apparently they said that they're polishing the game now, but they haven't given us a title or a release date or any visuals or anything like that.
Yeah.
Okay. That was my impression as well. It's like we know it's being worked on, but that's about all we know.
Yep.
So
Hopefully, it'll be out by the 30th anniversary
when is that?
next year.
I think that's when
That
we
ain't
kind of
happening.
expected it.
Don't crush my hopes more than they already are.
Yeah.
Jay, like, don't blackpill me more.
I mean, it's coming out. It's just a question of when.
Right when? Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of hints that it could be Final Fantasy VII Returns. I was hoping Reunion was going to be used for the last one, but obviously they already used it, so they can't call it again. But it's going to be something, so we'll
Yeah.
just.
That's why I've been
see
saying
what it is.
retard, but yeah, I don't know if returns would work so well, especially since they used that for one of the 13s.
Oh, Lightning Returns. Final Fantasy
Yeah.
13. Yeah.
And it'll probably be a word that was used somewhere in Final Fantasy VII.
Oh, 100%.
So
That would make sense.
That's why Reunion was a huge one, but like I said, they've already used it for Crisis Core.
yeah,
So, and dude is pointing out that the Xbox release is digital only. Disgusting. It's a bummer.
everything is digital only nowadays.
Yeah, it's such a bummer. So, all right. Continuing on with our number threes, then let's go with Jason. Then we'll have Lois finish off our number threes.
So yeah, my number 3 was the game I played pretty much mostly the beginning of the year. And that was Monster Hunter Wilds. It had a pretty sketchy launch.
Is that the new
but-
one?
Yeah.
Okay.
But now with all the extra stuff that they added to the game, with a lot of the extra, I played on PC with all the extra helps and all that stuff to the performance issues and everything like that. It shaped out to be pretty good. I'm excited to play more of it. It's one of those games that I was expected to play with a little more people, but I played more with randoms, and I still had a lot of fun with it. But yeah, anytime this game is cheap and you're a huge fan of Monster Hunter, I would recommend picking it up. But yeah, it's Monster Hunter. That's what I can say. It's a good Monster Hunter game. It's good for people that are kind of curious on playing one. It is a little easier than previous games in the franchise, which can be good, but it also, I understand that the complaints at the beginning of the game when they were saying that it should be called more like Monster Hunter Bully, because you can easily beat some of the big early monsters pretty quickly. But sometimes you need that for the grind of, getting your armor and your weapons and everything like that. So the builds are fun. The monsters that they are bringing out have a little bit more cinematic, and they are harder to beat, so it is kind of nice. But yeah, it's Monster Hunter at its best, in my opinion.
Nice. I've never played any of them, but yeah, I was kind of interested in this one until I saw all the launch issues and whatnot. So
The launch issues are gone.
I did see there's something about, apparently there's a bug in the game where if you don't have all the DLC, it runs worse.
That I've never heard, but I don't know.
This is something recent too. Let me double check.
Yeah, that I
I
haven't
heard that also, which is
Yeah.
kind of funny.
Yeah, I know there was a lot of hype for this game then, and it kind of seemed to disappear rather quickly.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think most of the hype, a lot of the hype probably came from the blonde girl who makes your equipment.
Oh, the blacksmith girl
Yeah.
with the goggles.
Yeah. Yeah, Monster Hunter Wilds DLC performance bug confirmed by Digital Foundry, and someone made a mod that fixes it.
Oh yeah, look at that. On recent and all reviews are still at mixed. So
Yeah.
but yeah, glad you've had fun with it. So have you? 'Cause I'm pretty sure these Monster Hunter games are like giant games that take a long time, right?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't finished some of the newer hunts, and I have over 140 hours into the game.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. So I was assuming there's probably still more you have to do in the game. I would assume.
Oh yeah. Every quarter, every several months, they bring out new monsters to hunt and new things to do.
Well, cool. Monster Hunter, that's another one where it's like the naming convention is like confusing. I can never keep straight what the names of the different Monster Hunter games are.
Yeah, because I think there's one called Monster Hunter World or something like that.
I
Right?
think that's the
World's the
previous
best one.
Yeah,
And then Iceborne was a DLC for that, right?
Iceborne was a DLC, yeah.
yeah, because
Okay.
I always get World and Wilds confused because the
Yeah.
words are similar.
Yeah, so
World's by far the best that was on the PS4.
That's what I think
Wilds
is kind of
is
the
great.
general consensus, right? That everyone likes Worlds the best.
Yeah.
But Wilds is good too, despite it having mixed reviews. What would you? Maybe I missed it while I was away for a minute, but the fact that the reviews are mixed, what do you think is like the main reason for that?
Because the lackluster of the launch. There was a lot of performance issues at launch, especially for PC, and then also some of the early bosses, the earliest monsters that you hunt, are pretty easy to beat. So some of the challenges from it was like, oh, cool, I could just go on my big chicken, go to it pretty easily. I don't have to like search for it, and then I could beat it within like 5-6 minutes. Where some of them, early bosses takes the good 15-20 minutes. There's a little bit more of a challenge on them instead of beating the same boss over and over again to get weapon upgrades early. You can just do it quicker. So some of those are easily a way to be like, oh cool, I'm just bullying a monster to death just to get early things, just so I can get to the end game a little bit quicker. But to me, it's like you kind of want to get to the end game quicker, or I like to kind of like doing that. So I mean, I see both sides.
Okay. Yeah, I never played any of these games, but I think I would like it if I did. But given that they're so huge, is the main thing that puts me off of these games.
I mean, you get a group together, the game's a blast. Like,
I bet.
This is one of the few that I haven't played. Like, I played just by myself with the randoms, and I still had fun. But I was like, man, if I could get a real group together and everything like that, it'd be so much fun.
Yeah, probably. I bet this would be a lot of fun if you had a regular group to play it with.
I think the fact that it's a mostly online game is probably what's kept me away from it, to be honest, because I just don't play a lot of online stuff.
I mean, it is, but like I said, I played this mostly by myself, and then when I did some of the bigger hunts, I played with people. But like, you could play by yourself and have a great time.
You can play by yourself, but you still have to be online, right? It doesn't have an offline mode, or it's always online.
I don't know, because like my computer's always online, so I don't know how to answer that question.
Okay.
I would assume so, because I think you
Yeah.
get equipment and stuff like that, and so
I'm assuming it's kind of like Destiny or Warframe, where it's always online, even if you are playing solo.
Yeah.
That's just my guess. I don't know. I could be wrong about that.
Yeah.
that's my guess as well. Yeah,
And the fact that Jason Dude says that there are plenty of games that can be played offline, played off the disc without an online connection, makes me think that this one is an online only game.
Yeah.
He says he DM'd Jason a video about the performance issues due to the DLC checks. Okay. So, all right.
Cool.
Anything else about Monster Hunter Wilds?
No, I mean, like I said, if you're new to Monster Hunter and you want to just get into a game that's not Monster Hunter super difficult, like Generations and all that kind of stuff. This is a great one to start. Game looks great. Again, I guess performance issues if you don't have the DLC. I mean, I had all the DLC from the game, so I guess maybe that's the reason why I didn't hit any of those things. So I mean, I'll watch the video because, like I said, that kind of does suck. But I mean, if you play it, enjoy it, get the DLC, I guess you get a better experience as well. So.
Oh, and what did you play it on?
PC.
PC. Okay. So, all right. But dude also did ask a good question on our last game we were talking about. What'll release first, Final Fantasy VII Part 3 or GTA 6? I'm thinking GTA 6 since even though it's been forever delayed, at least we have we know it's coming.
Well, the question is
release date,
basically,
we know the name of the game.
Will they keep delaying GTA 6?
Right.
Because, Part 3 of Final Fantasy VII Remake, we just don't have a date on yet.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
My vote would be GTA 6, but I don't know.
Plus all the issues that Rockstar's been having lately.
Yeah.
I think it might get delayed again.
I wouldn't be
Wouldn't surprise
surprised. So, and see over, I think on Nightmare Channel, we got Hassan Avocado King. What's up? Good to see you, Hassan. So, all right. Well, then that will leave us with Lois for his number 3.
Yep. Are you guys ready for the most autistic game on the list?
Surprise me.
I have no idea.
Neo, you should know because you actually brought it up earlier.
Oh, is it that Mars building game?
Yep.
Oh,
It is Mars
nice.
First Logistics.
Mars First Logistics. Okay. I didn't think that was actually going to be on your list of favorite games you played.
This looks like a simulation of the stuff I did in my robotics club in high school.
Yeah, probably. I never did any of that, so this game was actually super fun to me.
It's Mars
it's
First
really
Logistics, right?
Yep. It's a really simple game. You build vehicles, you transport things from one place to another, and that's pretty much it. There's a sort of story / campaign to do, and then tons of side missions that the game gives you. But yeah, I loved it because building the vehicles was super fun. And what I did when I played it, I did a little challenge thing because basically when you play the game, you unlock more parts to build your vehicles with. But you also earn money that you can use to buy more parts. So I tried to beat the game without buying anything, aside from like the few things that I bought like really early on. And that made the game really hard and really, I don't know, it made it more fun. Because by the end of it, I had this one vehicle that I kept going back to that had like this giant claw, and it could grab pretty much anything, but getting it to keep balance and not tip over while delivering stuff was like a real challenge. So yeah, what you're seeing here is a very early example. You're delivering a watering can from one place to another. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it seems interesting. So I didn't realize you. I mean, I know you liked it. I didn't realize you liked it as much that it would be on your top 5 list and this high on it. So, yeah.
Well, like I said earlier, I didn't play a whole lot of games this year.
Okay, not that this isn't a good game, but that does. I forgot about that, and that makes more sense. So,
no, this is a really good game actually. But I will say though, there's a lot of missed potential in here. But it was also made by a really small dev team, so it's kind of forgivable. I want them to make another one, but what I want them to do, because after playing it for like, I don't know, 30 hours or so, Mars is really boring. There's nothing there. So what I think they should do is make a second one, but create their own alien planet.
Okay, have more terrain and stuff.
More terrain, more things to do, maybe even aliens to interact with. And I think if they did that, it would be a lot more replayable and more interesting in the long term.
Okay.
But yeah.
Yeah, it's like this is on Mars. Why are there clouds in the sky? Is there anything in the game about the fact that they're trying to terraform the planet, but it doesn't look like they're very far since we're still on basic buildings?
Yeah, I would say it's like super early Mars settlement stuff.
So I don't know. I don't think there's any connection to it since it's not the same developer, but the art style looks identical. Do you know the game Surviving Mars?
Yes, I have that game, but I've not played it.
Okay, I was curious if you had played, if you could kind of compare them because the art style looks identical on Surviving Mars. It's also a simulation management game, but I think that's more about simulation management of like populations and like it's more like SimCity, I think.
Yeah, it's like a
like this
colony builder.
Yeah, I was tempted to play it when it was on Game Pass, but I never got around to playing it.
Yep, let me see if I can find my other vehicle.
But since this is a vehicle building game, is this better than Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts?
I have not played that, so I don't know. Okay, no, this stream is this is from my stream. This is pretty early on.
Oh,
that's one of the weird looking things that I made.
Vehicle building genre of space stuff. Did you ever play Kerbal Space Program?
No, but I would probably like it if I did.
That would be my guess. I'm very intrigued by it, but I haven't played it. I've heard that the second one was a disaster. So if you do, stick to the first one. It's what I hear.
Was that the one that got picked up by Gearbox?
I have no idea.
There was one game that was... maybe I'm thinking of something else, but something got picked up by Gearbox and then they screwed it up. For the second one, but I don't remember which game that was.
Let's see here. Oh, oh, that's good. I don't know, but I know that everyone loves the first one. It's highly regarded, and talk about an autistic game because it like takes into account like real physics and everything. So you basically almost have to be like an actual rocket scientist to actually like succeed at the game, which is pretty funny.
Yeah, I love playing with physics in games. So, that was a big part of why I liked the first Black and White as well.
Okay.
Which is the God game where you pick stuff up and throw things and do all sorts of stuff with that. But yeah. Right. It's a pretty simple game. So
okay. Yeah.
That sounds fun. Go play it. It's really cheap too. I think I got it for like $11 or something like that.
Okay. Yeah, I bet I'd probably enjoy this game as well. I don't know if I'll get around to playing it, but I probably would enjoy it if I did.
Yep, it's a chill game, I'd say. It's also one of the biggest problems the game has is that I'm pretty sure the entire terrain was procedurally generated.
Oh,
so there's a lot of weird things in it.
Yeah, got some jank.
Yep.
Let's see.
Here I am building the monorail, which is like one of the biggest nightmares in the game.
So, one of the main Mars game that I want to play that's not Doom is I don't know if it is Mars, but it looks like Mars. It's called Planet Crafter. That I have it and I haven't played it yet, but I'm really looking forward to playing it. It's basically like
oh yeah. Do I have that?
I think I don't want to say it's like Satisfactory. I think it's more like Subnautica, but on a planet, and you're basically terraforming the planet. And I have it. I just haven't gotten around to playing it yet, but it looks really good. So, but kind of in the same vein, so you might like that one as well.
Oh yep, it's on my wish list. So.
All right. I see Nerd Takes is in chat. Good to see you again, Nerd Takes. Good evening to you, good sir. It was great that he showed up at Metroidvania Monday last night because he solved an issue that I've been having for the last couple of weeks. In that there was somebody who mentioned to me a game back in December, and I was trying to remember who the heck it was, and he showed up, and I'm like, it was Nerd Takes that was talking about it. So I was glad to get that kind of like off my chest, essentially. And Crazy Landlow's here as well, saying, holy Moses, Nerdy Neo is live. Good evening, Crazy Landlow. Good to see you. So we are just wrapping up our number 3s for our favorite games that we played in 2025. And we're about to get started on our number twos, unless anyone has anything else to say about Mars First Logistics. All right. With that, we will go ahead and move on to our number twos. And how about we have Nightmare kick us off for number two?
Sure. All right. So this is one I was pretty excited for this year. So Raito Remastered Mystery of the Soulless Army. This game it's a remake or remake, whatever you want to call it, of a much older game.
Okay.
From I think the PS2. But this remaster came out this year, or came out in 2025. Keep doing that. Yeah, but it came out in 2025. I played all the way through it. I had a great time. So I'm playing this is early gameplay because I don't want to spoil anything. But it is part of the Megami Tensei franchise.
I was gonna say, just based on this couple, I had never heard of or seen this game, but based on the little bit that I've seen just in the last few seconds, it gives me Persona vibes.
Yeah. It's very Persona-like, and so the gameplay is a little bit more like Persona 5 Strikers, I guess. Not really, but it's in the sense that it's action-based, it's not a turn-based game. But a lot of the other general gameplay mechanics are very Persona-like, although there isn't a social links or anything like that. In this one, the whole premise with the demons and whatnot is that you're a teenage magical detective, and you work for an actual private detective. And your monsters are kind of like your Pokemon in a sense, that you go around and you use them to not just fight off other monsters and so on, and you can catch monsters as well in a Pokemon-like fashion.
Oh, Nintendo's gonna sue you. Or sue whoever the dev is. Oh, it's Atlas. That explains why it feels like Persona, because it's from Atlas.
Yeah, it's part of the same franchise, because Persona.
Oh, it is actually part of the same franchise. Okay.
Yeah, it's not part of the Persona franchise, but it's part of Persona, and Raito are part of the same Megami Tensei overall franchise.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so there are a lot of similarities between these games. But yeah, you use your demons to do stuff. You have some magical powers as well. And it's just a ton of fun. It's a really interesting story that you get to solve. You get to solve a mystery and all that stuff. So it is set in kind of alternate timeline Japan, and I want to say 18 something, late 18 something or early 19 something.
Okay.
But yeah, it's a very, very fun game. Let me see if I can get to some actual combat here.
Based on the fact that you liked it, I'm assuming it's not turn-based.
No, like I said, it's not turn-based, but it is. So it's action-based, but it maintains a lot of the other elements of Persona,
Okay.
a lot of the other gameplay elements.
Yeah, dude, saying Persona is a spin-off of Shin Megami Tensei.
Yeah, so Persona is a
cool,
spin-off. Yeah, Persona is, Raito is, and I think they call the overall franchise Megami Tensei.
Okay.
And Shin Megami Tensei is the big name one, and then you have Persona, and then you have some other stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, here you can see
Different
some
series of games under the same banner.
Yeah, and some of the monsters are actually, for whatever reason, some of the monsters in these games are actually very attractive. So there's that. But yeah, so you can see some of the. This is some of your own gameplay, but then he hasn't pulled out the monsters yet, which is weird. Let me see if I can find some monster gameplay. Here we go. See, so you send out your monsters to fight as well, and so you and your monsters will fight together.
Oh, okay. That's what you meant, with the slight Pokemon aspects.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's a lot of fun.
Your Pokemon fight, essentially, rather than just your Pokemon fight for you.
Yep, and you have two at the same time.
Cool. So, is this a super long game like most of the Persona games are?
It's shorter than Persona, I think. But it has quite a bit to it. but I think it is shorter than Persona because you don't have all the. Oh, that's
Jason's over there breaking things.
My whole computer is about to just get tossed out this window. I am having so much issues right now. It's not even funny.
He's gonna pull a Ron Swanson and just throw the computer in the dumpster.
Oh man,
Uh,
I have a monitor that's flickering. I have stuff that's falling down now. My light just went this way. I have no idea what's going on.
Jeez. But yeah,
I pulled it up on How Long to Beat, and yeah, it says just the main story is only 19 hours, and the completion is only 35 hours. So that's much shorter than a standard Persona game.
Yeah, it's not a very long game, but it is a lot of fun.
Crazy.
Yeah, because it doesn't have. Yeah, because it doesn't have like the social links or anything, which is something I do like about Persona.
Okay.
But so it's pretty much, it has like the story and plot. It has like the kind of mystery solving ish aspect and all that. Although this is much heavier on the mystery solving aspect, and then obviously the demon monster things. But yeah, I really like the action in this game. It's a lot of fun.
Let's see here. And this is, does it tell me on here? I actually opened it up. Is it really? Oh, there it is. Okay. So platform wise, yeah, it looks like it's on everything. Switch,
Yep.
PC, PlayStation, Xbox. Huh. I hadn't even heard of this game.
Yeah, it was kind of a quiet release. I'm really, really hoping that, because I believe there are at least 1 or 2 sequels, so I'm really hoping that these sequels get released as well. Or again, like
get
the remakes. Yeah.
Okay. Dude says Jason has a Technogeist. That's funny.
Yeah.
Let's see here. So, all right. And Crazy Lando was saying that, yeah, he's like, is this games that came out in 2025 or just games in general? I was like, no, it's just games in general because, a lot of us typically don't play new stuff. So he's like, I don't even think I played any games that released last year. Not even, what was it? I saw him say the Sonic racing game. Was it Crossworlds Transformed or something? Mm-hmm. Yeah, Sonic Racing Crossworlds, and he's a huge Sonic fan. There it is.
I've been meaning to pick that game up at some point just because it has a SpongeBob DLC.
Lois, since you're a big Sonic fan, have you played Crossworlds? All right, I'll take that as a no.
Oh, he stepped off for a sec.
Oh,
okay. He did private chat.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, Landlo says, I lied. I played Mario Kart World, but it's not my favorites. Yeah, that's what I hear from most people who have played it. So, all right. Yeah. So, is it? How do you pronounce it? Rido. Rido. Okay.
Yeah, Rido.
And the Mystery of the Soulless Army.
Yeah.
All right.
The one thing I don't like about this game is that you're supposed to save a cute girl, but the cute girl cuts her hair really short.
Oh, that's always a big bummer.
Yeah.
That happens.
Yeah, that's just disappointing.
Completely understandable.
Yeah, it's a really fun game. I'd recommend, especially if you're into like games with a mystery aspect to them.
So, all right. So that was Nightmares number 2. He kicked off our number 2. So let's go clockwise, and then we'll go Jason, then me, then Lois.
So yeah.
Jason, what is your number 2?
My number 2 picks up after where I played a lot of Monster Hunter Wilds. It also had a very bumpy released window as well, and kind of afterwards too, but I can't deny putting 250 hours into a game, and I have it on a list, and that is Borderlands 4.
I knew that was going to be on your list. I almost put it on the thumbnail, but I was like, that's going to be on Jason's list. I'm not putting it on the thumbnail.
I had some issues as well, but again, the best way to describe it is if you took Borderlands and you put it into a Far Cry style map and just went crazy. Like I said, there are some issues with the game. I'm not going to disagree. It was nice having weekly updates to the game that they couldn't keep up with, which I knew that was going to be a thing. Now it's monthly. Some of the stuff that they brought out already is kind of kind of lackluster, but I mean, we already have 2 characters that are going to be coming out, which is more than 3. Some of the weapons that were completely broken, they fixed to make the game a little bit.
That's what you said, because you said there's more characters coming out, which is more than 3. It's like, well, yeah, 4 characters more than 3. Oh, you meant more than Borderlands 3, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, so I mean, the game is getting better to play. The 4 Vault Hunters they had early are great. A lot of mixture of the ones that they came in the past, which is always fun to see. That put together. Can't wait to see what the new hunters are going to be like. But yeah, it's more Borderlands, but just bigger, and it's been a lot of fun. The story was better than 3. I like 3, but there's actually, if you're looking for a story, it was better. But more Borderlands is always fun, and yeah.
Yeah, the general consensus, because I haven't played 3 yet. We'll get to it eventually. But the general consensus is that 3 is a pretty good game, but the story and the characters are by far the worst part about it. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So since you are a massive Borderlands fan, how would you rank the mainline four Borderlands games?
2's best story, 4's best gameplay.
Ah, okay. Cool. And have you put a decent amount of time into each of the new characters in 4?
I've maxed out everyone except for 1.
Oh, so that's a yes. Which character is your favorite in 4?
I have 2, Vex and Harlow. Those are my 2 main.
I'm assuming Vex is probably the Siren, right?
It is.
Yep.
But Harlow is probably my best. Harlow's probably my best character. Where Vex is just I play the Siren in every one just to play. And
Harlow, is that the soldier?
No, Harlow is like the scientist one.
Scientist. Okay.
I play both girls, because for some reason the characters I liked are the girls in this one.
So if you were to relate it to like Borderlands 1 or 2, Harlow, what character would they play?
Harlow's more like the Siren.
Interesting.
Yeah, Harlow's the Siren pretty much. I mean, she's not, but she plays like a Siren would in this one.
Okay. So, yeah. So Jason and I, we started our Borderlands series playthrough. We're still in Borderlands 1. We'll get back to it at some point, but
but we beat Borderlands 1.
We beat it. Yeah, we haven't gotten through all the DLC yet. But yeah, we'll eventually get through them all and get to Borderlands 4, and I'll finally play it myself once we do. However many years in the future that is.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, as you can see right there on the Steam, this one, like, according to Steam, Jason has some hot takes. His Monster Hunter Wilds and Borderlands 4 both have mixed reviews. But
yeah, the fun thing is, if you looked at the reviews, you're going to see a lot of people review dumping, especially games like these. I mean, some of the criticisms, like I said, I'll take. For sure, there are criticisms, absolutely. But again, these games are not the big game of the year ones. These are just, like I said, a lot of games I'd like to share is like, hey, I'm going to put a podcast on and I'm going to kill a monster 800 times in 2 to 3 hours just so I can get the best loadout, to know that when the level cap goes up in probably the next 6 months, that these weapons that I granted 200 hours for are going to be useless and I'm going to have to do it again.
Had that problem in Destiny as well.
There you go.
So, but yeah, it doesn't matter what the reviews say, as long as you had fun with it, and it sounds like you have.
Yeah.
So, so let's see here. Borderlands 1, was Crawmerax Borderlands 1, or is that Borderlands 2?
Which one?
Crawmerax, the super boss.
I'm forgetting.
And I'm pretty sure Crawmerax was Borderlands 1. I think Terramorphous was the super boss of Borderlands 2.
Yeah.
I'm assuming they have a similar super boss in 3 and 4. So I was going to ask you what the super boss in 3 and 4 were.
Not in 4, technically. I mean, there's a boss, but nothing like anything crazy. They finally brought back raid bosses in 4. They didn't have them in 3. So, I mean.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's probably what it is, because I never had anyone to play with me that far. So on Terramorphous and Crawmerax, I had to do them solo, which was very difficult.
Yeah.
So, But dude says he liked Borderlands 3's DLC stories and go through the Mad Moxie DLC. Best character added in a bad DLC. Is he referring to Borderlands 3? Because I thought Mad Moxie was in the base game of Borderlands 1, or was she added in the DLC? Because her
Mad
DLC in
Moxie's
Borderlands 1 is bad.
Yeah, Mad Moxie's a recurring character in all of them, but she had like her own DLC. Like
in 3?
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. So, all right. Yeah, it looks pretty fun.
It's a lot of fun.
So, but yeah, for me, Borderlands always been like, I played all 99% of Borderlands 1 and 2 solo, and it was rather boring. But I have no problem playing it in with someone, because that makes it much more enjoyable. And that's why I was like, Jason's like, yeah, I love Borderlands. Like, all right, well then we'll play through the series then. So at some point, I will finally play past Borderlands 2.
Yep.
So.
And then, like I said, you'll see, as we continue, you'll see like how I said the story is the best in 2, but as you keep going, you can see the gameplay is like, yeah, I like the gameplay a lot more and more as the games get newer and newer.
That makes sense. So, all right. So Borderlands 4. Nightmare's not there, but Lois, I doubt you probably played Borderlands 4. It doesn't really seem up your alley. Is that correct?
That's correct. Well, I played 1 and 2, but
just like me.
Yeah, no. After that, I was like, all right, I'm good. I have like the pre-sequel as well, but I've never bothered to actually play it.
Yeah, I picked up the Pandora Box collection, which has every Borderlands game with the exception of 4, because 4 wasn't out yet. So I've only played 1 and 2, but like I said, we're playing through the series, so I'll get through all of them at some point. So,
and to answer your earlier question, no, I have not played Sonic Racing Cross Worlds because there's really no good version of it for me. I could get it on Switch, but then it will be probably the worst version performance-wise and graphics-wise. I could get it on PS5, but I can't play it online because I don't want to pay for PS Plus. I could get it on PC, but the PC version has Denuvo, and I don't buy those on principle.
Yeah, I was just going to address that before I moved on to the next one, because you were away. So I was curious what your thoughts were on Cross Worlds. Because October Mike came in and said that he wants to play it, but he doesn't. He won't play it with Denuvo on PC. So yeah,
I actually went onto the Steam forums of Sonic Racing Cross Worlds and I said, remove Denuvo and I'll buy the game. Just saying.
Yeah,
and then a bunch of people started arguing in the replies because, of course.
Hey, Sonic Racing Cross Worlds, it's on Xbox. Wink, wink.
The last Xbox I had was the original.
I had a feeling you were about to say that.
Yeah.
So,
I literally have a big fat 0 in terms of library on the Xbox platform. So,
yeah. Now that would have been my guess. So that makes sense.
Then I'm not about to start because I hate Microsoft now.
Fair enough. If you had an Xbox, would that be the platform you'd play it on? Or is there something wrong with that version too?
Yeah, you have to pay for Xbox Live to play online.
Oh, same thing as the PlayStation 1 then. So
yeah.
Gotcha.
So nope.
All right.
Like I could play it online on Switch. That's only because ever since the launch of the Switch, a friend of mine has bought the family plan for the online, and I've been using that ever since. If it wasn't for that, I would not be playing Smash Bros.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So, all right. And real quick, Crazy Landlord says, I guess my top 5 games played in 2025 were Xenoverse 2, because of course, and for my other channel, Helldivers, Phasmophobia, Red Dead 1, and Smash Red Rex Mod.
I've heard of that.
We talked about that one recently. Is
Smash
that for
Rex
Melee
mod?
Or is that Brawl?
I think it's for Ultimate, actually.
Oh, it's for Ultimate. Smash Rex.
I forget. I have to look it up. I remember hearing about it, though. Oh, wait. No, it is Brawl.
It's Brawl? Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There it is.
Wait.
Brawl mod. Yes.
All right. I'm getting 2 different results, actually. I'm confused now. No, it is for Ultimate.
Really?
Why is
Lalo
one of
says
them
it's
saying...
Brawl.
Yeah, my search results, I see Smash Rex, new character and more in parentheses has Brawl mod.
Yeah, and then
Lambo's
this one,
saying
this is
Brawl,
the Game
so that's
Banana.
probably
The
what
Game
I
Banana
replayed.
link for the Rex mod is for Ultimate.
Hmm.
Oh no, that's Rex the character. Oh my god, why would you make that? It's the worst character ever made.
Okay. Well, cool. I have not played that, but
Okay, it is for Brawl.
I'd be very interested in it because Brawl is I haven't put a whole lot of time into Ultimate because I only got it. Well, I can't say last year now that it's 2026, but I've only had it since 2025. So Brawl is the one I've had the most time in. So I do like Brawl a lot. Oh yeah, and Crazy Lion Love said Rex is Brawl. So, and Xbox Series is good to get for 360 and backwards compatibility. Absolutely. So, all right. Well, then that brings it to me for my number 2. And this is one that I think should have gotten more recognition for all the awards and stuff, because this game was like truly like blew me away in so many regards. And it was a lot of fun. And it is co-op only. And it is the latest from Joseph Fares. I forget the name of the studio, but that is Split Fiction. I played this with Carl, and it was a lot of fun. My only disappointment with it is because we did it through like the friend pass because he bought the game. But you can share the friend pass so anybody else can play with you. But only the person who bought the game can actually get the achievements. So I beat the game and I got no achievements for it. So I'm very disappointed with that. But we're going to play through it again because I'm sure it'll come to Game Pass eventually because it'll get added to EA Play, which is part of Game Pass Ultimate. But this game was fantastic. I have not played their previous games. Oh, I think it's Hazelight. I'm pretty sure Hazelight Studio is the studio that did. Is it? Say it right there. Yeah, Hazelight. Yep, I was right. I haven't played the previous ones yet. We actually just recently started playing through A Way Out. We've only played it once, and I haven't even gotten any achievements yet, so we're not very far into the game. But I've heard that people like it, but it's not great. I've heard nothing but great things about it. It Takes Two, but I haven't played that one at all in any regard yet. But I've always liked, because I always say like I don't like PvP, but I like co-op, and you and friends versus the AI. What I really really like, although it's a very small niche genre, is like co-op only games where you have to have another person, it's the basically the kind of the start of this subgenre was Brothers, although that's not co-op. I call it single player co-op because you control each character with one thumbstick, so you're controlling them both. Although it would make for a perfect co-op game. I know Nightmare is a big fan of that game.
I hate that game with a passion.
I know you hate it, but I really like Brothers. I actually just replayed through it. Not long. I think I replayed through it in December because I played the remake version, and it was it was great. I liked it, but that was basically the first game of kind of this subgenre, and it's really evolved from there. And they just went like all out with so the story in Split Fiction is kind of boilerplate, nothing too out there. You play as these two authors. One's a sci-fi author and one is a fantasy author. And you go into this machine. It's kind of like the Animus from Assassin's Creed that takes you inside of the stories that the authors wrote, and it jumps back and forth between fantasy and sci-fi settings, which was a lot of fun. And like those other games I mentioned, A Way Out and It Takes Two, you have to have a co-op partner. There's no AI to play with. You have to have someone else to play with you. Except for some cutscenes, regardless of who you're playing as, the screen is split and you see whatever you're doing and your partner at the same times, so you can always see what they're doing as well, which was kind of cool. And I was not expecting that. I figured I would only see what I'm doing and I wouldn't be able to see what they're doing. You got to communicate, but you actually see what each other are doing the whole time. But yeah, so you go into this Animus machine, and it's built by this greedy corporation. The whole plot is that the person who created this machine is basically using authors to steal their ideas for themselves. So the story isn't all that impressive, but the gameplay was really, really great. Literally every single level of this game has a different mechanic, and it doesn't outstay its welcome. it doesn't ever do the same thing twice. So you never like, oh, this, what's new? No, this isn't anything new. It's like every single thing is new and different in every single level, and some levels have multiple mechanics in them. Literally every single level in this game, you could probably make an entire game out of on its own. And there was a lot of homages to other games. Like there's some levels like, oh, I'm playing Contra right now, or oh, I'm playing Wave Race, or it was great because a lot of these levels, you're like, oh, it feels like I'm playing one of these games from my childhood. There's like a pinball section. It's like, oh, this is like a pinball game. So there's just like so many different genres. I couldn't even put a genre on this because there's so many different things in this game. And it just gets ramped up with like the mechanics of the game. In the last like act of the game, literally every 5 minutes, it was like blowing my mind. I'm like, because I don't really want to spoil it because I highly recommend playing it. But through most of the game, like I said, you're playing on one half of the screen. You can, the other half of the screen is whoever you're playing with, and you can always see what each other's doing. They take that and kind of throw that out the window, and it just gets wild in the last act. I said multiple times in the last act, I'm like, this is crazy and is blowing my mind, and I don't know how they could one up it. And then like a few minutes later, it gets even crazier, and blows my mind all over again. So it just went crazy out there with like really awesome mechanics. And yeah, this game was fantastic, and I think it deserved more recognition than it got. It was a lot of fun, and it was great. If you have a co-op partner, I highly recommend playing this game because it was great, and it was also a game that came out in 2025. So I'm going back. Like I said, I'm going back, and I'm going to be playing through A Way Out. We're not very far into it, but after we do that, then we're going to do It Takes Two because I've heard that one was really great, and I'm looking forward to it because these type of like co-op games are a lot of fun. And yeah, so there's just so many different like types of games in this one game. It's almost like a party game or like a collection, just because there's so many different types of games like all packaged into one game. So it was a lot of fun. So curious for any of you guys, did any of you guys happen to play A Way Out, or not A Way Out, Split Fiction?
Nope. No. The only game by them that I've played is Brothers.
Okay. Although I think technically that was a different studio, but it was still headed by Joseph Fares.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, that's people consider that in the same like series of games. So yeah. So
watched the picture, but didn't watch it or play it.
Was great. After Carl and I beat it, we did a whole stream just talking about Split Fiction. So if you want to hear more about it or don't care about spoilers, I can put the link to it. Go check out our like spoiler cast on it because it was a lot of fun. And yeah, it's constantly changing up genres and doing something new every 5 minutes. It was great, and you have to work together because if like he tried to play with not this one, but he tried to play like It Takes Two with his wife, and her not being like that much of a gamer, he wasn't able to. I don't think he was ever able to get through it. So having someone who's a competent gamer will definitely also help your enjoyment of it, because you really got to work together to get through some of these games and these puzzles and stuff. And it's like sometimes you're stuck over on this side, but you have an ability that will allow your partner to progress, and then they'll get past some hurdle, and then they have an ability that will allow you to progress. So you literally can't play it by yourself. Even if you wanted to try like controlling both controllers, it's probably not going to work. You definitely need another person to play it. But that is a good thing in my book, whereas most of the time I would say that's a bad thing. It's like, I want to be able to play these games by myself. This one, it's you probably could do it if you were really, really dedicated, like the people who play like Dark Souls with a saxophone controller. But I definitely wouldn't recommend it for the average person, but it is a lot of fun. So so Craig Lennon says, what would happen if you bought the game after beating it? Would the achievements pop up then? I don't believe so. I believe I would have to play through it again in order to get the achievements. So the studio made A Way Out and It Takes Two, which do the same thing with Split Screen. Exactly. Yeah, like I said, I haven't played those yet, but I'm looking forward to getting through them because I love co-op type stuff. And this is, like I said, I haven't played those ones, so I don't know which one's better, but I hear most people say that A Way Out is good. It Takes Two is great. I don't know what the general consensus is between It Takes Two and Split Fiction on which one's better, but given that I have played this one, I definitely think this one is like the cream of the crop. for this style of game.
There was one game I played recently where I loaded up a save. I bought the Steam version and loaded up an old save, and I had a ton of achievements just pop all at once.
There are some games that do that, especially if it has like cross progression. Like if you like Warframe is an example. If you played a bunch on like Xbox and then logged in and linked your account on Steam, you'll get all these Steam achievements, or vice versa. Same with Vampire Survivors. Vampire Survivors does the same thing. I played it on my on Android, and I got like 60 achievements. And then when I linked it on my Xbox, I got like 70 achievements, and it took like 20 minutes for the achievement notifications to stop popping up.
I think it was Against the Storm.
I've heard of that game, but I know nothing about it. So
yeah, it was
Lionel says, just grow an extra set of arms and play it alone like Spider-Man did in the 90s animated series. Oh, are you talking about when he became like an actual spider and he started?
Yeah, there's a story arc where he grows like 2 sets of extra arms, I think.
Yep, I remember that. It's on my backlog to go back and rewatch the Superman, Batman, and Spider-Man animated series because those are great, and I haven't watched them since I was a kid, so I need to go back and watch them soon. So,
well, if you're doing that, you might as well also watch Justice League.
I've never seen Justice League, so maybe I'll throw that in there. Oh, you know what? I'm also going to throw in there is Batman Beyond because I never actually saw it in its entirety. I only saw bits and pieces of it, but I liked it. So, all right. Well, then that leaves with Lowest for his number 2.
My number 2. Oh, so this is going to be interesting. My number 2 is actually the only one in the top 5 that I haven't not completed yet.
Oh, okay.
I've also only played a chunk of it in 2025, and the rest of it has been more recent.
Oh, in the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks almost?
Yes. And that is one that has been brought up earlier, too.
Did I mention it?
Smash Bros.
Perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I don't know.
It is Expedition 33.
Ah, okay. That's why you were silent when we talked about it earlier.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, this game is like shockingly good. Like I was surprised at just about everything in this game. Yeah, and then obviously the only reason it's not number 1 is just because I haven't finished it.
That's same reason for me.
Yep. I've loved pretty much every moment of this game, except I will say a part of Act 2 felt kind of like filler. I don't know if you've gotten there yet, Jason.
Yeah, I'm on Act 2, so I'm trying to figure out which part.
Okay, if you haven't finished Act 2, then I won't say it. But yeah, it's I'd like fallen off of turn-based games quite a lot in the past year. So coming into this game and then just wanting to play it pretty much every day and then having a 23-hour session of it at one point, which I don't do very often anymore. Yeah, so that says a lot. The music's amazing. The characters are all well written and they feel really human, unlike a lot of turn-based games, which all the characters feel like cartoons. It is kind of misery porn, like someone was mentioning earlier, but that
was me.
That's something that I enjoy that a lot. Both of the Nier games are some of my favorites. Those kind of fall into that category as well. And they're like 2 of my favorite games of all time. So there's actually a lot of Nier inspiration in here. You can feel it pretty easily. There's a lot of, I would say, Final Fantasy X and 13 in this game as well.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
What else? Oh, the art style is amazing. Everything, all the locations and everything just look amazing. And there was the whole AI generated thing a while back, the whole controversy with that, which it shouldn't be a controversy, but when you play this game and you look at everything that's in the game, you're like, how did they make this and not AI generate all of it? Because there's just so much. There's so much variety and so many different assets in there. It's crazy.
Agree.
Yep.
So this is one of those games where it's like, even when you're not playing it, you're thinking about it.
hmm And there's one other game of 2025 that I spent way more time thinking about, and that's why we'll get into that in a bit.
Okay.
Another reason why this is number 2.
So I hadn't actually pulled it up here on how long to beat yet, but it says main story is only about 30 hours. Completion is about 67. So that's
About that.
not as long as I thought it was going to be. I figured it'd be a little bit longer, but
No, it's not a
that's
super.
not-
I mean, if you just mainline it, it's not very long. Like you get caught up wanting to find some of the secret enemies and just like the scenery, like the level design. You just like, oh, I wonder if I can go over there. And then you go over there, and then you do stuff over there, and then you do this, and then you do that. But yeah, if you just want to do the plot and just go through it, you can beat it pretty quickly. That's whatever I've heard. But like, you want to find, the mimes, and you want to do this, and you want to do that.
Yeah, I'm scouring everything, and I also played it on expert mode, which was kind of a mistake. I've been getting my cheeks violently clapped throughout my entire playthrough,
Yeah, I can see that.
and I think I'm at like 70 to 80 hours now, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're going for the full completion?
I don't know yet.
See, I can't.
It's
look
very
at my-
rare that I 100% games.
Yeah, I can't look at my times played on it because I did the accident where I thought I turned it off, but I paused it and I left my PlayStation on. And then I went back to it. I'm like, there's no way I played it for this many hours. And yeah.
I've had that with a few games where it's like, fell asleep on the couch playing it.
Yeah.
And then I
See, I was
went to
playing
bed and
on
left-
I was playing on my Portal and I thought I turned it off and I didn't turn it off on my Portal. And I was like, oh, cool.
And it's like, you played this game for like 30
3
hours.
hours.
Like, no, I didn't. I played it for like 5.
Yeah.
So, is the music as good as everyone says it is?
Music's great.
It's one of the best soundtracks ever made, possibly.
That's what I've heard from a lot of people.
And from like the promo material, you hear a lot of like the classical or French style, like classical music. There's way more variety than that.
Mm-hmm. That just stands out for like to get into the game. But yeah, there's more than just that in the game.
Yeah, there's a wide variety of music in there.
So, all right. Man, yeah, given that, I'm not big on turn-based, but it's like such an action turn-based game.
There's only thing turn-based about it is setting your actions. But if you play it as a turn-based, you will die so quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, it leads me to think that I may actually enjoy this game if I give it a shot. So
Yeah,
maybe,
like,
this is
you
also in
have
that maybe I'll
to-
play at some point.
Yeah, like it's only turn-based because it's that way. But I mean, you have to block attacks and you have to be active doing that. You have to be active when you attack, because if you do that, you can do more damage and do more breaks. Like, you have to be active by doing things, because if you don't, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
I've heard it's possible to beat it without doing any of the action commands, but it's
Really?
also like a huge grind to do it that way too.
Okay, that's like, I'm like, I can believe it, but then I'm like, there's no way. Like, you have to have stuff fall so well, or like luck wise and for
Ruins the fun of
build
the game.
wise. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to build your characters way different. Probably
Right,
stack
yeah.
a lot of HP and defense.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I can see that maybe, but like the best thing and fun thing about it is like some of the damage numbers I've heard later on with some of the builds. It's like, that's just amazing.
One of my honorable mentions is kind of in that regard, where it's a much better game if you play it the way you want to. But me being an achievement hunter, I had to play it for the achievements, and it kind of ruined the enjoyment of the game.
Well, yeah.
So-
Also, since I'm playing it on expert mode, I don't think it'd be possible to beat it on expert mode without the action commands. Because there's
no way.
Probably.
there's so many enemies that just wipe you if you miss a block.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Lando says, yeah, RPG games in general encourage you to do side quests to get stronger. Yeah, you could just do the main story, but it's going to be harder. Yeah, exactly.
And the side quests in this game, like, I don't necessarily think you need them to get stronger and everything like that. Like, there's extra, like, more costumes and stuff, but I think the game on regular difficulty, if you just go through it, you're totally fine. As long as you understand the mechanics of the game and you're good at them, you don't have to grind to beat it. You might have to grind to learn how to do the mechanics, but you don't have to grind for levels.
Okay.
Yeah, even on expert mode, if you grinding is not going to help you a lot. It'll help you a little bit, but
I hope you'll learn the mechanics. That's it.
yeah. Pro tip: find all of the Pictos, all of them.
I don't know what that is, but okay, I'll keep that in mind.
They're the most important thing.
Yes.
All right. Well, with that, we'll go ahead and get into our honorable mentions before we get on to our number ones. So I'll go ahead and kick off the honorable mentions as I just referenced this. And I know this, I know Nightmare is a huge fan of this game because it's one of the things we talked about when we had our first open mic. But I played through this whole series very early last year. It's like the first game I think I played through at the beginning of January. But that was this Dishonored franchise, and Dishonored 2 in particular is on my honorable mentions. And the reason why it's on my honorable mentions is because you basically have to do 2 playthroughs, and one is for like basically not like using any of the for achievements anyways. There's an achievement for like beating the game without buying any of the upgrades, so you basically have to just go through the game like as your base character, which ruins a lot of the fun of the game. And then there's also an achievement for beating the game without killing anyone, which also ruins a lot of the fun of the game. So
that is one of the flaws of the game design, to be honest.
Not the game design, the achievement design.
No, even the game design, like plot wise.
Oh, plot wise, gotcha. Yeah. But so in order to get all the achievements, I had to do like 2 and like a quarter playthrough because there's one achievement that I missed, and I had to get to like the 3rd level in the game in order to get the last one that I missed. But I did my first playthrough. Oh, another achievement is you have to get through the entire game without being detected. So I did one playthrough. Like the walkthrough recommends doing the playthrough of getting not detected and no kills and no upgrades all in the same playthrough. I'm like, no, that is a terrible way to do it. So I did the not being detected and the no kills together, but I bought upgrades so that I could teleport around and see through walls and stuff. And then on my second playthrough, I did the playthrough where you can kill everyone, but I didn't buy any of the upgrades. So that's the way I did, and that's how I would recommend playing it if you're going to do it for achievements. That's the same thing. Those achievements all exist in Dishonored 1 as well. So I kind of just used the same format for Dishonored 2 as I did for Dishonored 1. But like I said, I missed one achievement. I had to get to like the 3rd level. So on that 3rd playthrough where I didn't have to worry about any of those things, I can just buy and use all the upgrades and abilities I wanted. Those like 3 levels I played was the most fun of the entire game after like 40 hours, maybe longer playing the game. Those like 3 hours I played right at the end with all the abilities was the most fun. But the achievements really ruin the enjoyment of the game. So that's why that's on my honorable mentions. But that is a great game.
That's why I never bother with achievements, because it's more fun to just play the game for me.
Yep, exactly.
Because I love the Dishonored games, but they're so much more fun to play when you just like get in there and just have fun with it. You know, even with like the flaw with the plot where basically you get the good ending if you do like less chaos, as they call it. You know, kill less people
without killing people.
Yeah. But, you know, even so, it's like a lot more fun if you don't worry about like achievements and stuff and you just like play the game. Because, yeah, in my opinion, 2 has also the better gameplay. But 1, I think, is the more interesting plot.
And also because Dishonored 1, like I said, you have the same achievements, but regardless whether you're playing high chaos or low chaos, you're still playing as Corvo. In Dishonored 2,
you can play as Corvo or Emily.
You can play as Corvo, or you can play as his daughter, and there's an achievement for beating it with each one of them. So that's another reason why to do it twice. And they have different sets of abilities, but once you beat the game, you can use both of their abilities on either character. So that's another thing that just makes the game even way better.
So that's how I don't think I've ever played as Emily in Dishonored 2. I always just played as Corvo because I beat it as Corvo the first time.
I
Then
did
New Game
Corvo
Plus,
my first playthrough, then I did Emily
Yeah.
my second playthrough.
Yeah, so like the first time I played it, I did Corvo, and then from then on, I just kept doing New Game Plus, and I just kept picking up all the powers. So by the end, I always can just whenever I want to play a new game, I just play as Corvo, just do New Game Plus.
So yeah, Rodney's here. What's up, Rodney? Good to see you. He says the no kill is really rough. I hated that. Yeah, exactly. So Paul's here. What's up, Paul? Good evening to you. He says Neo's favorite game was Dark Souls. Show's over. Good night. No, I could have actually mentioned that on games that at the very beginning when we talked about games we played that we didn't like. That would definitely be up there.
I think Paul would, if Paul really wanted to annoy the both of us, he'd just say our favorite games were Dark Souls and Expedition 33, and I think we'd both be triggered.
But yeah, so Dishonored 2 was one of them. Ninja Gaiden 4 is in my honorable mentions. It is a great game and I really enjoyed it, but I have a number of nitpicks with it, given that it is a Ninja Gaiden game, but it is a lot of fun. But that's why it's in my honorable mentions. My number one most played game for 2025 hours played is Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3+4. But that's my honorable mentions because Tony Hawk 1+2 is better, but I am still really enjoying 3+4. And then I don't know if I've mentioned it on any top 5 episodes. I mentioned on a number of other streams. Exophobia is it looks and plays like classic 1992 Doom, but it's a Metroidvania. And it's got a very small player base, and I'm, other than the developer himself, I'm probably the most knowledgeable person on the planet in this game because I've played it a lot, and I really enjoyed it. I've got some nitpicks with it. A lot of those have been addressed with the patch they've released on the Steam version, but that patch is still yet to come to the console version, so I'm still waiting for that. I plan to be the first person on Xbox to have all the achievements. I'm just waiting for that patch to drop that fixes the broken achievements. But it's great. I always rant about how we have so few first-person Metroidvanias, and this is I actually had the idea for a game like this before I discovered it. I was like, what would make a great first-person Metroidvania is classic Doom. And then literally like a week or two later, after I had that thought, I stumbled across Exophobia. I'm like, that's exactly what I had in mind. So that game's been a lot of fun. I have a bunch of guides over the internet and a bunch of videos on my channel regarding the collectibles. I have a bunch of videos on my channel for the collectibles, so I made videos for all those. So if you ever play it, you can find those in my achievement guides playlist. So, and I've actually chatted, not in real time, but over Discord with the developer himself, and he's been really cool. So, got to shout out Exophobia. That's been a lot of fun. And as soon as that patch drops, like 10 minutes later, I'll have those last 2 achievements, and I'll be the first person to have all the achievements on Xbox. And then the last one I want to mention is I played both of them last year, but the first one was not as good as I was expecting it to be. But then 2 was really freaking awesome, and that was the Space Marine games. And Space Marine 2 was a lot of fun. That I've only played through the campaign so far. I still have a ton more to do in the game. It's got a whole co-op campaign, and it's got multiplayer like versus. But yeah, Space Marine 2 was there was a huge gap because the first one was a 360 game. And so it's, the first one is like, I want to say it's like 13 years old, if not older. So a big gap between that one and Space Marine 2, which came out in 2024. But it just improved on it in every way, and that was a lot of fun. So if you like the Gears of War style third person shooter, I definitely recommend giving Space Marine 2 a shot. It was a lot of fun. So those are my honorable mentions. Paul says, how dare you put Ninja Gaiden 4 on your list? Yeah. Why would that be bad that I put Ninja Gaiden 4 on my list?
The game is awesome.
I think he means like it's only in my honorable mentions.
Yeah, that's how I took it as too.
It's good, but I still think Ninja Gaiden Black and Ninja Gaiden 2 are better as Ninja Gaiden games, but Ninja Gaiden 4 was awesome.
I still think there was a better Ninja Gaiden game that came out in 2025.
Well, and it's great because me being a huge Ninja Gaiden fan, and it was basically a dead franchise. And then in February, it's like, yeah, we have 3 Ninja Gaiden games coming out this year. I was like, what? And speaking of, I think the one you're referring to is the one that I have not played and have not mentioned yet tonight because I haven't played it yet. It actually comes to Game Pass tomorrow, so I will be playing it tomorrow. And that is Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. Is that the one you're referring to?
Yeah, it might be a honorable mention coming up.
I It just got announced today that's coming to Game Pass, and it comes out on Game Pass tomorrow. So I will be playing that tomorrow. I've heard nothing but great things. It looks fantastic. I'm very much looking forward to playing that. That's in my top list of games that came out in 2025 that I wanted to play that I didn't get around to playing. That and Shinobi Art of Vengeance also looks fantastic.
Yeah, I heard Shinobi was better than Ragebound, but I didn't get a chance to play Shinobi.
So Paul says Expedition 33 is one of the best games of 2025. Yeah, a lot of people say that. So all right. Let's see here. Lois, what are your honorable mentions?
I got a few. Let's see. There was another game from 2025 that I played but did not beat. And that was like the only other one. Actually, there's two more. But it's this game called Necesse or whatever, however you say the name of this game. Basically what this is like a top-down Terraria.
Okay.
And
I think you've mentioned this before.
Probably. I had it in
Sounds
my
familiar.
video from
Maybe that's what it was.
October.
That could
Something
be.
like that. And then yeah. So this was like my number one game from October, and then I decided to play it on stream. I just kind of fell off of it just because I started getting busy and then didn't have time. So I'll probably go back to it at some point. But yeah, that was the other main 2025 game that I wanted to showcase, aside from my number one.
Okay.
Let's see. I also played Fear for the first time.
Nice.
I heard good things about that one. I played the demo
yeah,
way back in the day. I was like, nope, this is not for me.
So I got about halfway through it. I played it on Halloween.
It's a
and
very
then
good Halloween game.
yeah,
Did
then
you see-
right around Halloween or after Halloween was when I started getting busy, so I haven't gone back to it yet.
Oh, okay, dang. There's one part that I know it's always coming, but I jump every time I play it. I didn't know if you got to that part, so
Oh, I'm about halfway through it, so
I think it might be past halfway point. It's been a while since I've played it, but it's just the simplest little jump scare moment that like you go down a ladder is all I'm gonna say.
oh, nice.
And it gets me
There's-
every freaking time. I hate it.
There's definitely a bunch of jump scares that got me, but it's not.
Yeah.
I think the scarier parts aren't the jump scares. It's the
Right.
ones where like everything like shifts and changes, and then
Mhm.
something like gradually starts happening, and then once it gets close to you, then it kind of goes back to normal.
Yeah. I don't think it's that like scary of a game. Like I said, there's a couple of jump scare parts are like cheap,
Yeah.
but like yeah. Like I said, it's more action than anything.
And it's a game that it messes with you, is
Mhm.
what it does. But yeah, it is definitely more of an action game, and the shooting combat is actually surprisingly good for how old it is.
Mhm.
I've heard that any AI in that game is fantastic.
It is. I've gotten flanked so many times. It's crazy. And I'm just playing it on like normal, and I'm getting destroyed. But I also don't play shooters very much, so there's that too. I'm really bad at them. Okay, so moving on, I have a
One
What?
quick thing is that I do have on my backlog, I will be playing Trepang at some point, which I've heard is like a spiritual successor to Fear.
I loved that game so much,
I've heard great
even
things.
though I was terrible at it, but you know. Monster Sanctuary also played in 2025.
I played
that
that in
game was-
2025 as well.
Yep, that was a fun game. I had a few issues with it though, so that's why it's not on my top 5.
For you, was the first playthrough, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, it was a replay because I played the Xbox version a few years ago, and then I played the Windows version last year.
Yep. Nayuta Boundless Trails. This is a alleged Trails spin-off game that may or may not be connected to the whole series, but we don't know yet. So that one is an older Falcom game that's pretty rough around the edges. That it was originally a PSP game and then ported to PC, so
That's an action based.
it plays like it. Yeah, that one's an action game. So pretty much
that's-
anyone
I think
can
that's
pick
the
that
one I've
game
been
up.
meaning to. I think that's the one I've been meaning to try out at some point. I think it's on GOG.
Yeah, that one's real easy to pick up, and it's actually a pretty easy game in my opinion. I can't remember if I played it on hard mode or not, or if it even had one. but I remember it being pretty easy. Astro's Playroom. I got my PS5, so I played Astro's Playroom. It's kind of obligatory. Didn't beat it yet. I got about halfway through it, just because it was super late in the year and had to move on to other things. And then I did a replay. The rest of this is all games that I've played before, but I played them again in 2025. Mario 64, Banjo-Kazooie. I played them both back to back, and my opinion kind of flipped on them. I think Banjo-Kazooie is actually aged worse than Mario 64 has. And a lot of that has to do with the camera, but also the there's a lot of parts of that game that are really like dragged out and kind of boring, in my opinion. I don't know if that's a hot take or not, but maybe that's just because of I'm playing it again after so long and like knowing where everything is and basically 100%ing it again. There's a lot of parts of it that felt kind of like a chore.
To me,
I don't know.
they're both chores because Banjo-Kazooie has way too much of a collectathon for me to enjoy. And I just wish in Mario 64, if you're trying to get stars in the level, that you don't have to keep leaving the picture to go back in to get the next star.
Yeah. I understand that. The thing with Mario 64, though, the levels are really small.
Yeah,
the levels in Banjo-Kazooie are way bigger than Mario 64.
Correct me if I'm wrong, because I haven't played it, but I've heard that's also an issue with Mario Sunshine, where once you get it, it like takes you out and you got to like go back into it. Is that
it does that too.
And I've heard that's one of the big things that they address with Mario Eclipse is they fix that.
In Mario Sunshine's defense, though, depending on which star you go into in each world, the scenario in the level changes.
Oh, okay.
So you could play the same level twice and have it feel completely different. Like, for example, there's one level where there's like lava paint spread around the level and your squirt gun gets taken away from you. So you have to like navigate the level with all this lava hazard all over the place. And then in the next star, you have it and there's no lava anywhere and you're doing something completely different.
Oh yeah, I've heard that you lose flood for occasionally in the game.
Kitty.
Yeah, she'll leave me alone. Yeah. This has just been a technical, like, hey, let's just mess with Jason today on stream. Usually he has a decent setup and everything is fine. Let's just throw everything at him today and just keep going.
Yep.
Oh,
and then the other one I want to mention
that could have happened.
Right. It's true.
The last game I want to mention is Shadow the Hedgehog.
Okay.
Because of course.
I love Shadow the Hedgehog.
I got all 10 endings on stream. It was great.
Nice.
I think I don't think he's in chat anymore, but I think Angry Canadian is also a fan of Shadow the Hedgehog.
I love Shadow the Hedgehog. I love the theme song to Shadow the Hedgehog. It's just so badass. My favorite.
All the music in that game is really good.
It is, but like the opening theme is my favorite Crush 40 song.
My favorite's actually the ending theme, the true ending theme, or credits theme, I guess.
Never Turn Back.
Love that song.
Sounds good too.
So, all right. Just a couple chats here real quick. Crazy like me only played through a bit of Banjo-Kazooie. Yeah, same thing. And he has actually played Eclipse, which I've talked to a bunch of people, and I haven't actually talked to anyone who actually has played Eclipse. So I've always been wondering about the differences. And he says, yeah, some missions do back you out, but for the most part, it doesn't kick you out after you get the star or the shine or the moon or whatever it is that you collect in Sunshine. And dude says the level changing between shines tells a story and makes leaving the level actually enjoyable. Yes, I think October Mike's kind of saying that, though it makes sense that the game boots you out of the levels because the levels change. Landlow also loves Shadow and now go for all 126 endings. Oh my goodness.
I will not be doing that.
So, all right. Nightmare, what about you? What are your honorable mentions?
All right.
Oh, yeah. Crazy Landlow mentioned that Power Man 5000's in Shadow the Hedgehog, which is also awesome.
Oh, okay. Nice. Yeah.
Sonic's had a lot of guest musicians in there, but I don't know. I just like Crush 40 stuff best. Nothing beats it. not for me. But there's no Sonic on this list. I did not play any Sonic games this year. What I did play, so most of my honorable mentions are just things I couldn't make the list for, mostly just for technicalities. So Metal Gear Rising, I've played this game multiple times in the past few years, but I did play it this year on stream. One of my absolute favorite games of all time.
Great game.
Yeah, so much fun.
I need
Yeah,
to replay
Platinum just knocks it out of the park so often. And going off that, oh wait, I'm not in there, am I? Here we go. Going off that, Ninja Gaiden 4. The only reason this is not on my list is because I only just started it in 2026. Otherwise, this would be on my list.
Okay. I was like, I didn't realize you had started playing it. That's because
Yeah, I just started, like I just finished Pokemon ZA, and so I finally fired this up, and I am loving it so far. It is, since I am not really a Ninja Gaiden fan, this is by far my favorite Ninja Gaiden game ever. And I mean, the soundtrack to this game is also awesome. At least the boss fight themes are.
the
just
soundtrack
plain
is
awesome.
fantastic.
It is approaching Metal Gear Rising levels of awesome.
Yeah,
'Cause,
I voted.
yeah.
That was my vote for best soundtrack of the year was Ninja Gaiden 4.
Yeah, because if they just didn't call this Ninja Gaiden, I think you probably would. You might, Neo, you might have included this on like one of your main numbers.
Probably.
If they didn't call it Ninja Gaiden and they didn't have Ryu in it, because Yakumo is basically Raiden.
Yeah, I was talking to Carl about it. And he's I think it was Carl that said that he thinks that it was kind of had a Star Fox Adventure sort of thing where they were Platinum was developing this game, and then Xbox approached them and they're like, "Hey, make it a Ninja Gaiden game." They're like,
Yeah,
okay,
it could be. It certainly
So I
could
was
be,
like,
although
that's
That makes
very
sense
from what I
for two of them.
understand. But from what I understand, Ryu does still play like Ryu, so they did do a
Yes.
good job of that. From what
He
I
does. It's
understand.
just you don't play with him for very long. So
Yeah,
it is, like I said, it's a great game. It's just being a Ninja Gaiden game, I have some issues with it.
Yeah, I mean Yakumo is, and I know Neo, since you haven't played Metal. You've played Rising, but I don't think you've played the rest of the Metal Gear games.
No, Rising's the
But-
only Metal Gear game I played.
Yeah, so you won't really get the reference, but Yakumo really is the Raiden of Ninja Gaiden.
Okay.
Just especially because like the way he's introduced is the same. It's the same kind of thing as Metal Gear Solid 2, where people wanted
Yep.
Snake, but they got Raiden instead. But yeah, he plays. Yakumo also plays a lot like Raiden does in Metal Gear Rising, and so I just absolutely love it. And having the priestess girl around also doesn't hurt.
Yep. Can't argue with that.
Yeah, so that is. I think this is the only 2025 release on my honorable mentions. Everything else is just older stuff. Psychonauts also streamed this. Played this a couple times before, but it's a fantastic game. It's one of those. It is a very, very it is very much a product of its time. I forget exactly what year it came out, but
It was the
it was
original
like
Xbox game, so it's probably early 2000s.
Yeah, it was somewhere around there, like 2005-ish. But yeah, I absolutely love this game. Just tons of fun. It's all
Nailed it,
like,
2005.
goofy. Yeah, okay. Thought so. Yeah, so it's like, it's just goofy fun. You're this like psychic powered wonder kid. And it's just a really fun, some collectathon, some platformery stuff in there. It's just like a very fun action game. Then Samurai Jack Battle Through Time, which I've only played twice, but I mean, it only came out a few years ago.
Oh.
But I did my second playthrough this year. And yeah, again, it's a really, really fun, hack and slash action game. And it's set in the show. And if you collect all the medallions, which we did on stream, although it got blocked on YouTube because of Warner Brothers, but you can watch the whole thing on Rumble. But if you collect all the medallions in the game, you can actually get a better alternative ending to the show than the actual show had. And that's on top of it just being a really phenomenal action game. So highly recommend that. And then last but not least, Spider-Man 2, which I've played dozens of times, but I mean, it's just, I did replay it this year, and it is just such a fun game. I love it. And I think
Pizza time.
yeah, exactly. So yeah, that is my honorable mentions.
All right. Oh, I didn't realize, Ariana, you were still here, but says have fun. Have a good night. Well, thanks for sticking around longer than we thought. So you have a good night as well. And Dude says basically a better comparison to Yakumo is Nero from the Devil May Cry
Devil May
games.
Cry. I
They were
haven't
both introduced in
played
the fourth game.
Yeah, I haven't played Devil May Cry, but the reason I'm making the Raiden reference is one, because he plays just like Raiden in Metal Gear
yeah.
Rising, and two, because of the way he's introduced, where you expect to play as the series main character, but you end up mostly playing as Raiden.
Yeah, they're both good references. I like both because I see both.
So, all right. And Jason, what about your honorable mentions?
All right, I'm gonna make this quick because I actually went because I had them all listed because I had them so close, but I actually numbered them. So number 14, BioRand. Love Resident Evil. Can't wait for next month. But I played the Michael Jackson mod of BioRand. So you play as Michael Jackson in Resident Evil 2, and it's a randomizer. It was hilarious and it was great.
BioRand, what's that?
Yeah, okay. BioRand is Resident Evil, but with as a randomizer. But yeah, I played as Michael Jackson in Resident Evil 2. It was hilarious.
That's freaking great.
Yeah. Number 13, PGA Tour Golf.
Was it black Michael Jackson or white Michael Jackson?
It was Smooth Criminal Michael Jackson.
I was gonna guess. My guess was Smooth Criminal Michael Jackson.
And you had the SMG from the Tommy gun, and that was one of your weapons.
That is perfect.
Yeah,
I love it.
Yeah, if you just look up BioRand Michael Jackson, you can watch a playthrough, and if you don't have it, just laugh, and it was great. 13 was PGA Tour Golf. I had fun with that when I was just looking for a sport game to play this year.
Which PGA?
The newest one, 2K25, 26. Hold on. I had it pulled up and I lost it. Where's it at? 25. I have way too many hours, and I guess I got all the achievements too. Cool. Anyway, played that for quite a bit. So that was number 13. Silk Song, number 12. Number 11 was DK Bonanza. Number 10 was Tactics Ivalice Chronicles. Number 9 was Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. Number 8 was Hades 2, which was really hard to not put in my top 5. Number 7, which was another tough one to cut, was Elden Ring Night Rain. And number 6, which I wanted to put in so bad, but I couldn't, was Ball Pit.
Ball Pit, okay. I just heard that it's getting a new update soon.
And I can't wait. Ball Pit's been like I'm going to play a different game, and I'm going to fall asleep and play Ball Pit on my Switch.
Yeah, I haven't started this one, but it's on Game Pass, so I get, especially from what I heard from this next update, I might finally go ahead and get this one and start playing it. So heard good things about it. So all right. Oh, and Crazy Landlow says Nightmare, you should try Mario 60 ROM hack. It said Super Mario Star Road. I had not heard of that one, but I just pulled it up, and it does have a retro achievement set, so I will put that on the list to give it a shot at some point.
I might, but I've always been more interested in a ROM hack to bring Waluigi into the Mario 64 DS version.
Nice. So, and Hassan says, "What? Michael Jackson Resident Evil? I need to find this." So, good luck getting that running.
It's very easy to get running. Like BioRand, is an amazing service. Like you get 3 Resident Evil games for free, and it's super easy to mess with.
While we're on the topic of randomizer, I've never done a randomizer, and shout out to Cherrick Seeks because he loves randomizer. He's bugged me a few times, like, "Oh, have you tried this randomizer? Have you tried this?" I'm like, "I've never done a randomizer." It also doesn't help that none of these randomizers have retro achievements. But I just stumbled across literally like 2 weeks ago a randomizer that I think that I will play even without achievements tied to it. And it's a randomizer for Mega Man X 1, 2, and 3 all in one bundle. I'm like, oh yes, I've got it running. And I will probably play it this year. I played it just for a few minutes to kind of get a feel for it. It's weird, but I like it. It almost gives it kind of like a Metroidvania feel because stuff could show up anywhere. So you can switch between any of the levels in any of the games at any time, or not any time, but from the menu. So I played a little bit of it and I love it, and I'm looking forward to playing through it in its entirety. So that's gonna be my first randomizer I ever play. So and then also shout out to October Mike. He said he also played Spider-Man 2 last year and he put it up on his channel as well. So cool stuff. All right, that will bring us to our number ones. So we'll go ahead and finish off the stream with our number one games that we played in 2025. So let's see here. Does anyone want to go first?
I can go first because I don't think anybody played this game besides me, which is
I
sad.
always try to have you go last on our number one so that you have more time to figure out your numbers. But since you already volunteered,
I can volunteer. This is easy because this is going to be. I think all our number ones are going to be in the top 5 because I don't think we're going to have any overlaps. If we do, cool. That's amazing.
I'm pretty sure I already know what our number one is going to be on the group.
Yeah, pretty much same with you. I mean, unless we get a couple overlaps, but my number one has music from Mick Gordon. It's one of the first boss fight musics.
Killer Instinct remastered.
Yeah, right. No, it does a genre of gaming that I think should have done this before, and should continue going after this, because I can think of big franchises that if they do this are going to get revitalized and have secondary lives, because the arcade beat 'em up, yes, it's still around, but as soon as you get done beating it, you're done with it. Like we've seen that with like Marvel Cosmic Invasion. We've seen that with some of like the Rita's Revenge. We've seen it with stuff like this. But my number one, and I couldn't believe it, is Absalom. If you have
worked on that, huh?
He does the music for the first boss fight. There's a collection of people that do the music in this game. It's fantastic. But it is a beat 'em up that plays like a roguelike, and it is fantastic. It's multiplayer as well. So again, it has all of the making of a great arcade game, but with stuff to do every run. It's great. Like I said, if there was a Streets of Rage one that came out that did this, I think it would have gotten more talk about, because again, Streets of Rage, it's a name. I mean, I would love a Final Fight version of this. Like there's so much Castle Crashers done this way would be ridiculous. Like there's so many beat 'em ups that if they take what they just did and you put a bigger franchise on it, I think is going to be absolutely insane. So congratulations to them.
You like to see this format applied to? Oh,
absolutely. Yeah, like I said, like they did something that was old. That's like, this is common sense. We should do this, and they did it, and they did a great job. Now I think it's time for people to kind of steal this idea with the bigger franchises and see what they can do. And I hope, and I know there's going to be updates this year for Absalom. So I mean, I hope they continue pushing this forward as well. But yeah, it's a great game, great art, great music, everything.
Yeah, well, before you announce what the game was, I was, and you said beat 'em up, I was thinking Streets of Rage.
Yeah. No, I've played those many times. Like, yeah, no, I've played Streets of Rage many times. Like I said, if this was,
I meant specifically 4 was one. I
got you. No, yeah, I played 4 a long time ago. So yeah. But no, if Streets of Rage 4 was this, then holy crap. But
what
this is
exactly
great.
Is it that differentiates this from all those other ones that you mentioned?
So again, you have to go through. It's just like if you play, like when you play it's Streets of Rage Hades.
Okay.
That's pretty much the easiest way to describe it. It's like the more you go through it, the more your characters can develop powers that do more combos, that do other things. You find characters as you're going through it. You can level up each kind of gameplay character you want to do. Everything like that.
Okay. Yeah, I know you mentioned this game a while back. I don't remember why, but I didn't realize it was this high on your list.
I honestly, when I was making it, I was like, I couldn't believe it either. I mean, obviously, if I would have beat Expedition 33, Absalom would have been 2. But like going through this, it checked every box for me.
All right. Yeah, I remember hearing a little bit about it, but not a whole lot. It didn't really get like a whole lot of fanfare.
No, I think because it's a new franchise, and like I said, if this was not a new franchise, if this was something like a Final Fight,
Had a bigger name on
whatever, yeah, I think it would have been like, holy crap! You see, Final Fight's doing this Hades style of roguelike, and it's doing this, and that. Or did you hear Streets Rage is now this way? Like it would have been huge. But again, the people that know and have played it, that love these kind of arcade style beat 'em ups, if you are looking for one and you haven't played this, you're doing yourself a disservice. This is a game that you should want to play and play.
Okay. Anyone else have any experience with this game?
I had it in my RNG video. It looked good.
Yeah,
I've heard nothing but good things about it too.
Yeah, I haven't heard much about it, but the little that I have heard has been very positive. Okay. And is this can you play it in co-op or is it one player only?
It's co-op.
Okay, cool.
I think
online co-op too,
co-op
and
only.
no, online co-op, and it works really well.
Is it only, what is it available on? Is it only on Steam?
No, I haven't. I bought it on my. So the only issue that I have with it, it's not cross progression or anything like that.
That was going to be my next question.
That's the issue, and you have to play PC with PC, Switch with Switch, all that stuff. That's one of my issues with games. But I own it on PC and I own it on my Switch, so I've played it on both. But yes, you can. Yeah.
Okay. Man, it's taking forever to load. There we go. It took forever. So it's on everything except Xbox. That's dumb.
I mean, that's because Xbox is dumb and they didn't want to have it on their system.
That's so stupid. So, all right. Yeah, little I've seen about it does look pretty fun. So,
but yeah, I'm always looking for co-op partners. So if anybody decides to get it in chat or here, let me know because I would love to play co-op with people.
Okay. So, all right. Let's go.
I can go next.
Hold on. Let's highlight something just because I have to.
Dude's comment.
Yep, we have to.
You favorited it. There you go.
I favored it too. Yeah. I mean, we can't say 100% because Thursday they have something going on, so we'll put the date of their death on Thursday if nothing is shown for dates.
The hardware, yeah, I think they've got a lot of some promising software coming out, but yeah,
hardware. Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, because all their software they're saying is coming out this year, and I don't believe it. So if there's dates to iron out that it comes out this year, sure. But if it says like, oh no, we lied, it's only a game this year, and the Fable stuff that we showed today that got leaked is not coming out this year, we'll see.
Yeah. So, all right,
I'm probably going to do a live reaction to that.
Good.
I've been talking so much trash about the Fable reboot. I'm kind of obligated to do it.
Is this still the new Fable with the ugly girl that everyone is showing off?
Yep.
It's Fable Horizon.
I could have sworn that came out months ago, but I guess not.
Still doesn't even have a release date. So, all right, Lois, I think you said you wanted to go next.
Yeah, because I may have to dip early if this goes on too long. So
no worries.
I'll go next. My number one is I basically put this one as number one because I did play it in 2025 completely, and it lived rent free in my head for like 3 months straight. So it's only fair, right? I got to put this one as number one. That is, and it's funny because Neo said something. I think it was Neo that said something earlier about playing a 2026 game in 2025.
Oh yeah.
Which this is kind of that case because it's The Legend of Heroes Trails Beyond the Horizon.
Okay.
This game just came out in the West like a few days ago.
Oh, okay.
And I played the fan translation of the Asian version back in, what was it, April-ish?
Okay, so you didn't play the new one, but you played the original one,
Yeah.
right? Okay. And what was it called again? Was it Legends in the Sky?
Trails Beyond the Horizon.
Wow, I was way off.
Oh yeah, because we talked about Trails in the Sky earlier. So this is
Trails
the
Beyond
latest.
the Horizon?
Yeah,
Okay.
this is the latest one. So
Oh, so this is a recent game, but it released. It only released here recently, but it's been out longer.
Mhm.
And you just played it with
Correct.
a English translation.
Yep.
Gotcha. Okay, I follow with you now.
And the funny thing about that, this is technically a 2024 game. The original Japanese version came out in 2024. The version that I played was the PC version that came out in 2025, like early 2025. So
Okay.
once the PC version came out, that's when all the fan translators just started working and got the translation patch out real quick. So I was able to play it then. Yeah, I can't really talk about a whole lot because this game requires like 12 previous games worth of context to fully understand and be able to follow. So
It's like one of the late Kingdom Hearts games.
yeah. This one has a lot of returning characters from the old series. So there's a lot of nostalgia bait there, I guess you could say.
Okay. I guess we'll see it here in a second once it gets into the combat. But is this is also in the I know nothing about the Trails franchise, but I'm assuming this is still in that same franchise as the other ones, right?
Sorry, say that again.
Is this a Trails game?
Because the one you talked about earlier was Trails in the Sky, the first chapter. This is in that same franchise, right?
Yes.
Okay. Because there's like a lot of Trails games, right?
Yep. There are 13 mainline games now
Okay.
and one remake.
Is this still part of like the main line, or is this like a spin-off, or like where exactly does this fit in the timeline?
This is part of the main line, and it's the 13th one. So
okay, that was gonna be my next question. Where does it fall in that line? So oh, you said it's the most recent one. So
yep.
Okay, and well, I guess I'm looking at it, but it is this turn-based?
It is turn-based. There's movement in the battle system, and then it's also just like Trails in the Sky remake, where outside of turn-based, you can do action combat as well for the normal battles. But yeah, again, boss battles are purely turn-based, just like this.
Oh, okay, gotcha. This was Trails Beyond the Horizon. So, okay. So yeah, just pull it up on how long to beat, and it says main story 45 hours, completion is 105 hours. Sounds about right for one of these types of games. Actually,
that's lowballing it.
I was gonna say that seems a little bit low, would be my guess.
Because I think I put in 120, but I also played it on Nightmare difficulty. So you can add another like 10 to 20% of time onto there.
Yeah. And did you do pretty much everything the game had to offer, or is there still
pretty much everything?
So you can go back to do more.
I think there's a few things that I missed, but yeah, pretty much everything.
Okay. So Trails Beyond the Horizon. And do you know what differences there are between the version that you played and the one that just came out?
Or aside from the poor localization, no.
Okay.
I haven't looked into it at all. But yeah, if you guys don't know, I basically consider the official localization that we get in the West, I consider that fan fiction now. So it's
from what I hear about a lot of the localization of these games, that seems very fair.
Yeah, the characters are basically rewritten, and they're different people based compared to the Japanese version. So I don't like it.
Hassan had a question for Lowest.
What's that?
Asking if he wants to start the Trails series, where do you need to start? You can't just jump into the latest one.
No. No,
Good
that would be like
question.
that would be a really bad thing to do because you would have no idea what's going on. Because they spend a lot of time referencing old stuff, and yeah, so you'll have no idea what they're talking about. The series is split into arcs though, so this is the third game of the newest arc. If you started with the first game of this arc, Trails Through Daybreak, you can kind of play that in isolation. But then the further you go on, the more it references the past games. So I don't recommend starting there.
I assume
I always
the spin-offs
recommend
are safe.
what?
I assume
Oh,
the
like-
spin-offs are safe.
Like a Nayuta. We still don't even know if Nayuta's
Yeah.
connected. So yeah, you can play that in isolation. It doesn't matter.
Hmm.
But yeah, if you wanted to play the Trail series, if anyone says anything other than Trails in the Sky, they're lying to you.
As a starting place.
Yes.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's the other thing I was gonna look up here. It's on Switch and just like the last one, it's on everything except Xbox. Not that I care, since I probably wouldn't. Very unlikely I'd be playing any of these games anyways. But so all right. Yeah, I don't really have anything else. So I guess we'll.
Yep. And I
go
can't
ahead.
really say anything else without getting into like
Major
spoilers and stuff. But I should mention. So I did make one of my longest videos ever on this game. It was an hour and 47 minutes long, and so I spent so much time working on that it's just I had to put this as number one because it lived rent free in my head for so long. There's some things that happen in this game that are like, what the hell? So.
Okay, I will get the link to that and drop it in the stream description afterwards in case anyone wants to go give that a listen. So, all right. Well, that was Trails Beyond the Horizon. And I don't know where I came up with I wrote something down. It was not even close to what you said. So I have no idea where I came up with whatever I thought you said. So, but all right. Nightmare, let's go ahead and hear what your number one is.
All right, so I cheated a little bit with this one.
You're
but I
banned.
also really wanted to put it in. So Tales of Arise, I'll explain why it's on the list, and it's my number one because I absolutely love this game. I cheated a little bit because I have played this game. I played this game when it came out in 2021, and then I think I played it again one more time, maybe like 2022 or something like that. But the reason I put it on this list is because it had a DLC come out in, I think, late 2023. And I had not played that until 2025, when I played like the whole main game and then the DLC after that, all in one swoop.
Okay, fair enough. I guess we'll let it slide.
So, yeah, I was debating, but I really love this game, and I was just like, you know what, this game is good. It deserves to be there.
Jason's not shaking his head too. Yeah. Okay. I think when we talked before, you've made mods for this game. Is that right?
I've made a ton of mods for this game, and
that's what I
probably
thought.
Can't show half of them on YouTube. But yeah, this is like what? Oh, that's what says them.
Oh, I just said nice.
Yeah. They're very nice. They're very nice. But yeah, this is a very in a lot of ways traditional action RPG. If you play as the main character most of the time, it's very hack and slash. It's just a game I had a ton of fun with. I love the story, and it's also one of those. At least to me, it was a game that came out when I was like really sick of everything else that was coming out. This is one of the very few games with just like a traditional, hero gets the girl, saves the world kind of stories in a long time. So I just had a really great time with it. I love the story. I like the characters, especially the main two characters. It, very traditional plot, and it's just a lot of fun to play as well.
And now, is this in a long line of convoluted JRPGs, or
No.
just like a standalone
So
game?
this is more like Final Fantasy, where almost every individual game is its own thing. So
Okay.
every Tales of game is pretty much its own thing.
Oh, so there are a bunch of other Tales of games then.
Yes, but they're all different.
Okay.
Yep.
Where,
It is a
where-
franchise,
which,
but yeah, they're all different.
which one would this be, like maybe numbered wise?
I don't know the number, but this is the most recent one.
Most recent one. Okay.
Yeah, because there's quite a few. There's I don't
There's
know, maybe
more
like
than
10 of
10, more than 10.
Yeah.
There's got to
Okay.
be.
I figured. This is the only one I've even played. I own a few of them, but this is the only one I've actually played.
I was actually going to ask that if you ever played any of the other ones in the series, because I
No,
have,
but-
but I have not
yeah.
played this one.
I know they're pretty different. The older ones are pretty different to this one in some ways, but having really liked this one, I don't even know if I would like the older ones.
So this is
Yeah,
one
this
you could
one-
definitely dive into without knowing anything about the franchise.
Yeah, there's no backstory or anything.
Yeah, this one's definitely very different from the ones that I've played. So I did play the
Yeah.
demo of this one, but then it actually made me not want to play it.
Yeah.
I had that,
But I
recently.
have I have a
played
lot of
demo, and it's
spicy
like-
takes about this series if you guys are interested.
So you're decently well versed in this franchise.
Kinda. Like I've probably played, let's see. I want to say I've played I've beaten 5 of them.
Okay.
Hmm.
Yeah. I'd say so. That's pretty well versed. Got a good handle on the franchise.
Yeah, and it's called Tales of, but the stories in the entire series are always terrible.
Hey, I like this one.
Well, this one I haven't played, so I don't know.
Like I said,
But-
it's a very, very traditional, guy beats
Oh,
hero beats the bad guy and saves the girl and they live happily ever after kind of thing. That's why I
I
like
guess
it.
that makes sense. But I didn't, I know of the game Tales of Vesperia and Tales of Symphonia. I didn't realize that was the same franchise.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's kind of a generic title, right? Because there's also Tales of the Shire, Melee K's favorite game, which is yeah.
That should be. You know how there's like a meme. It's like I think it was like 27 days, and it was like some chick flick, and it's like 28 like weeks and 28 years. It's like 2 zombie movies, and the quote, the caption
Yeah.
was like, "This franchise makes no sense." You can do that with the
Yeah.
Tales of games and throw
Yeah.
Tales of the Shire in there.
Yeah, you totally could. Although Melee K hates this game too, but I love it. But,
Does she? Interesting.
Yeah, because I think she's just like she is a fan of the traditional Tales games. So
Okay.
yeah, but I
Oh.
just like this game for what this specific individual game is, and it did have an epilogue DLC come out in 2023, which I just played in 2025. The DLC is not, in my opinion, as good as the main game. It's very, very similar to the main game. It just kind of tells its own little story, but we know how it all ends because the game pretty much shows you during the credits that everyone lives happily ever after and whatnot. But yeah, if you
Okay.
like the main game, it's just more of the same.
So it's not JRPG misery porn.
No, it is ARPG. Yeah, it's just like a traditional story. So
Okay.
And if you install your mods, it's a Gooner game.
I mean, it's kind of one to begin with. The main character, the main love interest, secondary. So this guy is the main character, but all the games have multiple playable characters. So
I was just gonna ask, what's this guy's name? He looks pretty cool.
Alphen.
Character model. What's that?
Alphen.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a weird name. So this is
He's pretty cool
these are the
looking.
playable. Yeah, these are playable characters in the game. The guy in the front is Alphen. The girl with the pink hair, that's the main. That's his love interest, Shion, and then the other 4 are kind of secondary characters. So yeah, and I really like Shion as a character. Well, I like Alphen and Shion quite a bit, so they're both great characters. Yeah, I mean, I did make mods that were not just Gooner mods. Also, I made a ton of gameplay mods as well. But
Okay. And then another one that I wanted to ask, because I think one of you guys have mentioned it recently, was Tales of Grace's F.
that got a
I
remaster
probably-
recently.
I probably mentioned that one.
I was gonna say, I want to say Lois mentioned it, because I didn't realize that was also the same franchise.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, that
It was
one
pretty
has
sus-
my favorite gameplay in the series. The battle system is really, really cool because it's really combo heavy.
Okay, then yeah, it was definitely Lois that mentioned it before. Like, I know we've
That
talked about it
one-
before somewhere.
That one also has two of my favorite characters in the series, but it also has like the worst story of it, like one of the worst stories I've ever played through. It's a funny game. It's one of the, you gotta like turn your brain off and not take it seriously, or else you're gonna be
I
disappointed.
think my only big complaint about this game is that everything is done in like an arena. Like when you get into combat, you end up in like a little arena instead of just doing it where you are,
Okay,
which is kind of annoying. But
I
other than
can't
that, it's cool.
say because I haven't played it, but I think Yakuza kind of the more recent ones at least do something similar to that.
Well, the more recent Yakuza ones are turn-based, so
Oh, then maybe it's the not as recent ones. I know very little about those games.
I haven't played the mainline Yakuza games. I've only played Judgment 1 and 2, which I want to. I really want a Judgment sequel at some point.
Actually, I never mentioned that, but the modern Trails games, they don't have the arena. You actually fight where you are.
Interesting.
I'm trying to think of any other games that do that, but I'm not sure.
That do or don't have an arena.
That don't have the arena.
Hmm.
Because that's I think that's more of like a modern like progression and development or something like that. 'Cause
I guess in
it
the
depends on
RPG space.
yeah, it depends on how like they design the world and stuff too. Like some areas would not facilitate that very well.
Yeah, but I mean that seems like more of a JRPG kind of thing because I mean most Western games I played don't seem to do that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean it's not the worst thing because at least the arenas are made to look like they take place roughly in the place where you encounter the enemy, but
Right.
yeah, it is fun. There's a lot of fun, and it is very like spectacle fighter esque as well.
Looks like it.
Yeah. Again, this is all someone else's gameplay. It's not mine. It's my
Okay.
gameplay. Like I said, it has a lot of cool. I made Alphen look like Batman. I gave him the blazing sword back there. I gave him the Doomslayer's crucible instead.
That's
Yeah.
right. I remember you showing me that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's a really fun, really great game. If you just want like a nice action game with a traditional kind of plot, then I would highly recommend it.
All right, that's Tales of Arise, and it is on everything except Switch. Xbox finally got one.
Hmm.
So, all right. Well, I guess that leaves it for me to finish off our number ones, and this is one that I played on stream for Metroidvania Monday. And after playing this game, I had to reorder my top 5 Metroidvanias of all time because this game was so freaking great. And that was Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. This game is fantastic. It looks great. It's super cinematic and like the boss fights. It's almost like you're some of the attacks and stuff. It feels like you're like watching an anime. The combat is top tier, and the platforming is buttery smooth. It is great. It has it has a couple of very traditional standard Metroidvania abilities that you would expect. My main issue with that is that the double jump, which is one of the very basic features in almost every Metroidvania, is one of the last abilities you get. You get it very late in the game, so it's kind of annoying me how long I had to play the game until I got the double jump. I think I beat it over the course of 5 streams, and I think I got the double jump in like the 4th stream, so it was very late in the game. But it also has some really cool mechanics and features that are pretty unique. One of them is they didn't utilize it as much as they could have, but one of them is basically like you phase shift between like these different dimensions because some objects appear in one dimension but not in the other, but you still see like a ghost outline of them, so I need to switch to the other dimension in order to either hit this enemy or avoid this attack. And there was also a cool mechanic where you basically like set a warp point almost, and then you hit the button again and you teleport back to wherever you were when you hit the button the first time. And they use that in some of the combat mechanics as well. So some of the attacks are impossible to avoid unless you basically teleport through them. But in order to do that, you have to place that teleport point before the attack runs its whole course. Otherwise you'll be trapped in a corner and you'll get hit by it. So it had really great mechanics, and like I said, the combat was great. The bosses were awesome. My biggest gripe with the game is easily there was one boss, Menelaus, I believe it was like, it did not feel like it was balanced well for the game because he was so insanely fast. It's like, how are you supposed to fight this guy? It took me quite a number of attempts to beat him just because he's so fast you can never hit him. And it didn't feel like it was very fair. That was really my only issue with the game. But all the bosses were like really awesome. You get these, you build up a meter, and there are certain attacks you have that either take, you can build a meter to level 3, and you can equip 2 like super attacks at a time. But you have to have the right level of meter built up to use it. So some attacks only use 1 fully charged meter. Some of them you have to have it charged up to level 2, and some of them you have to charge up all the way to level 3 to pull off these super epic attacks. And it was freaking great. I loved it. And like I said, I had to rearrange my top 5 Metroidvanias because it was that great. And I often say about Metroidvanias how there are so many pixel art Metroidvanias. So anytime a 2D Metroidvania is not pixel art, that instantly gives it I'm definitely far more interested. Like Shadow Complex is another great example, or Metroid Dread. So the fact that it's not 2D and the world is beautiful, and there's like the backgrounds are amazing and very detailed. This was just such a great game. They also use only in a couple places, but there are some puzzles in the game that you have to solve that require a lot of time manipulation, and like it just is really, fortunately that's not in the game. There's only like 2 or 3 little rooms that you have to do it, but some of these like puzzles where you have to like do one thing on one time, reset, and then do another thing, and then reset and do another thing, and then all of your like shadow clones do whatever you did on the previous one. You have to do all of those so that you can get to the end of this tunnel to get an upgrade. Like almost broke my brain. I'm like, I literally can't comprehend how to solve this. So some of those puzzles were like, really made you think really outside the box. So, like I said, I played the entire thing on stream. So if you want to, you can go back to Metroidvania Monday and watch me play it. This game was freaking great. And I was very much looking forward to playing it because it's been the number 1 game that I've been wanting to play in the Metroidvania genre for a long time. I played the demo when it first came out in early 2024. I didn't actually pick up the game until late 2024 when it went on sale. And I was looking forward to playing it for a long time, but I was like, once I get through all the Metroid games for Metroidvania Monday, that's the first game I'm playing. And so as soon as I finished all the Metroid games, I started Lost Crown, and the whole game was great and lived up to all my expectations. And when it was first announced, it got some heat from a lot of people because it's like, this isn't a Prince of Persia game. The only other Prince of Persia game I've played was Prince of Persia 2008, the cel-shaded one. And I liked it, but I'm no Prince of Persia purist. I haven't played any of the older ones, so the fact that it didn't look or play like the older ones, or even have the same character, because the actual Prince of Persia is in the game as a plot point, but you don't ever actually play as him. You play as Sargon, which Nightmare kept giving a lot of crap while he was watching me play it. But
I can't take the main character's appearance seriously. I just can't.
But that didn't bother me. I didn't, the fact that it's not the Prince of Persia that you're playing as, I didn't care. The look of the character, I had no problem with. The gameplay from the moment it was announced, I was like, a 2D Metroidvania is not pixel art, and it looks like it has fantastic platforming and combat. Sign me up, and it absolutely lived up to every expectation I had. And this game was fantastic. And if you like Metroidvanias, I highly recommend playing it. The only the game as a whole, the only thing that I had like a real issue with is the DLC was terrible. The base game was fantastic. The DLC was garbage. So I don't recommend playing the DLC unless you're a completionist like I am. That was easily the worst part about the game was the DLC. And I actually didn't do the DLC on stream because I had a number of technical issues, but you didn't miss out on anything because the DLC was garbage. But the base game was fantastic. And the only bummer is that I want to play it again, but I've already got all the achievements. So it has very low incentive to play through it again unless I get it on Steam or something and play through it on Steam for the Steam achievements. But it is a great game, and I will absolutely be playing through it again at some point, just not on stream since I already did it on stream. But I loved it, and as I mentioned, I rearranged my top 5 Metroidvanias from when we did our very first episode of Top 5. I think I put it up into, let's see here, where Top 5 Metroidvanias. There it is. So originally my list was Ori and the Will of the Wisps at number 1, Metroid Prime Remastered at number 2, Shadow Complex at number 3, Journey to the Savage Planet at number 4, and then at number 5 I had Mummy Demastered. So Mummy Demastered got bumped off the list, and I actually bumped this one all the way up to 3rd place behind Ori and the Will of the Wisps and Metroid Prime Remastered. It is freaking-tastic. So I can't say enough good things about it.
Well, I knew it was going to happen because this was like the number 1 game when we did this that you said that we wanted you to play, but that will change a lot. I mean, the math was weird back then too, but yeah, that's definitely
we hadn't really
got
it figured out yet at that time. But yeah, it was great, and I absolutely think it deserves a spot in the top 5 Metroidvanias. It's fantastic. And who knows? I'm currently on Metroidvania Monday. I'm currently playing through Revenge of the Savage Planet, sequel to Journey to the Savage Planet, and I might like it better than Journey to the Savage Planet. So once I'm done, I may replace Journey to the Savage Planet with Revenge of the Savage Planet. We shall see. So, but yeah, so that is my number 1. Did anyone else play this?
Yeah, back when we did top 5 Metroidvanias.
Was it on your list?
I think it was on my honorable mention.
Honorable mentions. Okay, so you have played it.
Yeah.
So
I have not played it.
It is great. If you like 2D Metroidvanias, you can't go wrong with it. It is great. So, all right. Well, with that'll bring us to a close here. But lastly, before we do, I remembered yet again, because I often forget, is Jason will wind down our picks with our group rank. So, Jason, what is the group standing?
All right. Tied for 2nd, we have Trails Beyond the Horizon, Absalom, Tales of Arise, and Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. And I guess top 5 is just like everybody else for the 2025, but again, the game deserves it. Our number 1 game for 2025 is Expedition 33.
Well, I figured that was going to be the case since it was on 2 of your lists.
Mm-hmm. And it would have been, like I said, if both of us would have beaten it, it would have been there by a landslide because it would have been 2 number 1s.
What the heck was that?
That's why I stopped you for saying.
That was my alarm.
So, all right. Well, as always, love talking video games with you guys. So I'll go around the horn here and let everyone plug whatever they got going on. So, Lois, what do you got going? You got anything you want to mention?
Yeah, there was a glaring omission today.
A glaring omission. Oh, Metroid Prime 4.
Yeah, we'll be talking about that soon, won't we?
We will be talking about that next week. Is that what you were going to say?
Yep.
Oh, all right. I thought you were going to go somewhere else, but yeah, I just pulled up and I put a bunch of characters on the thumbnail, none of which were mentioned tonight, which was the whole what I try to do. Oh, actually, one of them was mentioned. Silksong was on Jason's honorable mentions. But yeah, I try to pick stuff that most people would put, but not us. So yeah, all the ones that are on the thumbnail, I figured were probably not going to get mentioned. Doom Dark Ages probably would have been on my list if I had played it, but I haven't played it yet. So, sorry, Lois, go ahead and plug whatever you got going on.
Yep. Right now, I am just powering through Expedition 33, and then I'm going to make my 2025 video real quick. It's going to be a very low effort video because I barely played anything in 2025, so That's what I have coming up. Obviously, my monthly RNG series. And then after that, I don't think I have anything else planned. I actually put a stop to my Monday Night Mashers Smash
I noticed
streams
that.
because it just does not work with my schedule anymore.
Oh, bummer.
So yeah. Smash will be coming back some point in the future when I feel like playing the game again, because most of the time when it was time to stream for like the past several months, when it was time to stream Smash, I'm like, I don't want to play this. I want to do literally anything else right now. So, and then I end up streaming it and having fun anyway. So, you know, that's just how it goes.
Yeah.
But yeah, I got a backlog of stuff to do for the channel. So we'll see.
All
We
right.
shall see.
Well, thank you for joining us for another top 5. Always great having you on.
Yeah.
So I dropped, everyone's links are in the stream description, but I will also drop them in chat here as we go around the horn. So I dropped a link to Lois's channel in chat if you want to go give him a follow. I'm sure he would appreciate it. So Nightmare, what are you doing?
Yeah, so tomorrow, actually, tomorrow afternoon, 1 p.m. Eastern, I am doing a collab with a friend where we are finishing ranking the SpongeBob episodes from season 1 to 3. So we're doing part 2 of that collab. Hopefully we'll actually finish them this time. And yeah, so usually I stream Thursdays at 3 p.m. Eastern, but there will be no stream on Thursday this week. But hopefully next week we'll be back to normal, although my stream day of the week may be changing depending on some stuff. But
I don't know why Lois
Okay,
pulled that
then.
up, but that's just hilarious.
Yeah,
So,
Best game
yeah.
of 2025.
Oh, okay.
okay, fair.
Yeah, that's fair. So, yeah, that's right. I remember you said you weren't going to do your Thursday stream this week, so you're doing that tomorrow.
Yeah,
so.
collab.
What? Because you on your Thursday streams typically you talk
Yeah,
about
so
some
typically
topics, then
Thursday
you play
streams.
some game. What game is it
Yep.
you're on right now?
Just Cause 3.
Just Cause 3. That's right.
Yes.
I actually just replied to someone on Twitter a couple hours ago, and it had it's the meme of like the horse where like the horse is really nicely drawn for like the first 2 segments, and the end is just like a toddler drew it.
Yeah.
It's basically
Cause
the
4.
opposite, where it was the first part of the horse, the head was like a preschooler drew it, and then the second part is better, and then the third part is like really beautifully drawn. And they said, "What series is this?" And I replied with Just Cause.
Nice.
Because the first one's not great, the second one is great, and the third one is fantastic.
Yeah, the third one is amazing. I love it. But yeah, so assuming nothing more interesting happens, next week's Thursday stream will likely be the Shart and Mart tutorial, followed by more Just Cause 3. And then after that, it'll just be the regular topical streams followed by gaming, but it may be on like a different day of the week going forward, just depending on how some stuff works out.
Okay. So, all right. Well, yeah, the link to Nightmare's channel is also in the chat if you want to go give him a sub. And yeah, as always, great talking some games with you. And as Crazy Landlow says, JD Vance memes are never not funny. That is correct. So, and new name I have not seen showing up in chat here right at the end. Shining Diamond. Hello. Says, "Oh, ciao. I'm never late. Wait, I'm never late. I arrive exactly when I mean to." So that must be one of your friends. But good to see you, Shining Diamond. Jason, you got anything?
He's going to be happy at my number 1. So
he goes back
saying.
and catches the replay. So, Jason, you got anything you want to mention?
Yeah, you can find me having tech issues from now on for a while, I guess. Jeez. No, nothing yet. Just getting done with a couple things, and then maybe doing more after that, but we'll see what happens.
So yeah, plan is 2 weeks from now on the 3rd will be the next episode of Top 5. We don't have February figured out yet. We'll probably figure that out here as soon as we end the stream. But yeah, we'll be back in a couple weeks for another Top 5. So as for myself, I don't have anything going on tomorrow, but I will be resuming open mic on Thursday. I went back and looked at my my calendar, see when the last one I did. That was all the way back in August. So it's been a while, but I'm bringing open mic back because there's a lot of people that I want to talk to about video games and just haven't done that. So that'll be coming back. But Thursday will just be a solo stream, and I'll be basically going over all the games I played in 2025 one by one and talking about what I liked, didn't like about them. So it could be a very long stream, but get my thoughts out on all the games I played over the course of the year. So, and then, more Metroidvania Monday on Monday as I continue Revenge of the Savage Planet. I think I'm close to the end, so I may beat the game on Monday. We shall see. And then we'll be back here on Tuesday with another episode of Party Chat. So, and then as Lois and I alluded to, next Thursday, we are doing a Metroid Prime roundtable discussion, and that'll be with Lois, myself, Dude, and I forget who else was going to be on that panel. There's going to be 4 of us. Oh, Jay Bongo is joining us. So we'll all be going into autistic detail about Metroid Prime 4 and what we thought about it, the highs, the lows, and everything in between. And that'll be a lot of fun because it's got a lot of hate, but I think it's been getting a lot more hate than it deserves. So that will be a lot of fun. And that'll be something different because I've never done something like this before. So it'll be interesting to see how it turns out. So if you're
I knew your stream practically turned into part 1 of that. Do you remember?
Was it when I came on?
I think it,
or was it before?
I don't know if it was when you came on, but it was definitely after you came on.
Okay. But yeah, so if you're interested in hearing all our thoughts on Metroid Prime 4, be back here next Thursday night for our Metroid Prime 4 roundtable discussion. So, so let's see here. Craig Landlow says, dang, you got Lois and Nightmare confused. Before I became really good friends with them, I was constantly confusing them. I kept not to them, but yeah, every time I was thinking of one of you, in my head, it was actually the other person I was thinking of. So
that's
yes.
crazy. We're not even the same color.
I know.
Pink, I'm blue.
I'm a PNG tuber, not a VTuber.
I have no idea why. It's just I think it's because I came friends with you guys at the same time, and I didn't have a face to put to the name, so I just in my head I just kept getting you guys mixed up. I may call you by the wrong name now, but I correct myself because I know who's now that I've been friends with you guys for a while and had both of you on many streams. So,
well, this picture here is my face reveal, so now you don't have to confuse us anymore.
He says,
"Oh boy,
do all VTubers look the same to you, Neo?" No, they do not. So, Shine Diamond says, number 1, yeah. So we were just going through our top 5 games we played in 2025, not necessarily games that came out in 2025. So if you're interested to hear our top 5s, go ahead and give the stream a re-listen. So, but that will do it for tonight. Thank you everyone for joining us for 4 hours for top 5 games we played in 2025. As always, I love doing these shows and just talk about video games. So, and yeah, if anyone wants to come on, either for a top 5, I have a top 5 signups channel in my Discord. So we've got a huge list of topics that we want to do episodes on, and you can go in there and sign up. And if you want to just suggest topics, or if you want to be on the panel, you can sign up for panels that you want to be on. And once we decide to do it, we'll reach out to you and you'll get first dibs on it. Or if you just want to come on open mic sometime and just talk video games with me, let me know. That's the whole point of open mic. So again, thank you guys for being on the panel for such a long time, and everyone in chat, thanks for hanging out with us for 4 hours as we talk about our favorite games we played last year. So you guys all have a good night. We will see you later, and as always, in the meantime, game on.